Good evening, dear friend. If you're settling in with tired eyes and a hopeful heart, you're in the right place. Tonight, we'll drift down a quiet lane in 19th-century Cairo to a wooden door that keeps time like an old clock. On one side, the street's dusty rattle and trade. On the other, a room where voices move like lantern light, slow, warm, and kind. If you enjoy these gentle journeys, you might tap like or subscribe so you can find your way back when sleep feels far away. And if you're listening from a small town in Oregon, a porch in Georgia, or a snug flat in Leeds, tell me in the comments where you're tuning in from. I love imagining the dots of candlelight spread across the map. Now, if it helps, go on and turn down the lamp. Let the fan murmur, or crack the window for a slip of night air. Maybe cradle a warm mug. Let your shoulders fall an inch. We'll keep our voices soft, and when you're ready, we'll lay our hand upon the old door's iron ring, feel the cool metal, and slip across the threshold into part one. At twilight, a wooden door hints at another world. The alley is narrow enough that neighbors could shake hands across it if they wished. Tonight they don't. It is evening, and everyone is busy with small endings, shutters leaning into their frames, a last sweep of dust from the doorstep, a few olives pressed into a paper twist for a child's pocket. The day's heat has loosened its grip, and that is a kind of mercy. Somewhere above, on a rooftop no wider than a blanket, a mother lifts her laundry into the night breeze. A thin line of water slides along the lip of a jar and drops, soft as a second hand. You pause at the door because the wood itself seems to be breathing. It is old cedar, rubbed smooth by decades of palms, the grain dark as dates. A nailhead sits like a star under a skin of varnish. If you lean close, your cheek catches the faintest scent: charcoal, tea, and something sweet you can't quite name, a perfume that feels like memory more than fragrance. The door keeps its counsel. You let your hand rest upon it in greeting, not knocking at first. A voice inside begins to recite a few lines of verse, the words low and steady, as if they were teaching the room to exhale. Across the lane, a boy finishes stacking figs into a shallow basket, aligning them like coins. His father ties the shop's awning tight and gives the cloth a friendly pat, as though it were a donkey that had carried its load well. A cat makes the leap from sill to barrel and disappears, tail last, into a courtyard where pots of basil lean toward one another like gossiping cousins. The city's noise drops by degrees until it is only a mild rush far off, the river talking to itself. The door yields on the second try, weight turning on a hinge that has been oiled with care. A strip of wool serves as curtain, thick enough to hold back street dust, soft enough to brush your shoulder as you pass. Within, the light is amber and low, the kind of light that chooses faces over walls. A brazier hums like a well-fed bee. Cushions line the perimeter, their colors faded by many evenings, and the air is shaped into small rooms by the way people sit. Elbows tucked, knees folded, hands open over their knees as if holding an invisible book. No one looks up as if surprised. This is not a theater. It is a house for arriving as you are. A man near the doorway nods without pride, which is a rare skill. He wears the years like a robe that fits. Beside him, a cup rests upon a saucer whose crack has been mended with a slender line of tin. Even the dishes here seem to have learned how to be whole by other means. Someone pours tea along the long curve of a spoon so the water will not disturb the leaves. The smallest things are done with patience, as if time were a large clay jar, and each motion a careful ladle dipped and poured back. The storyteller, if that is the word, has ink along the side of his hand, a dark continent that sleep and soap cannot conquer. He is not performing. He is remembering and letting the room remember with him. He speaks of a line he copied that afternoon about a lamp that gives off more kindness than light, and how, while tracing the letters, he heard a dove the color of old marble land upon a rail outside the scriptorium. It cooed like a pot deciding to boil, he says, and two men smile without showing teeth. No one rushes him to the point. There may be no point at all, only the curve of the story as it breathes in and out. A barber sits with his hands resting palms up, as if waiting to receive news from the ceiling. In his shop, he is asked to listen and nod, to say, "Of course," with deftness. Here, he is allowed to set his tools on the floor of his mind and let the jaw unclench. He will speak later, when a small silence appears in the conversation like a harbor. For now, he watches the smoke rise in a long, unbroken ribbon and thinks of a street in Damascus where rose bushes press against lattice like listeners at a door. The room requires nothing from him. That is its special genius. From the back, a very old man, neither frail nor loud, simply sure of his bones, lifts his head when the word belonging drifts by. It is a shy word. He cradles it with a question. Do we mean belonging to this room or to one another? He stops there, as if setting a single candle in the middle of the carpet and stepping away. No one answers exactly. It isn't a riddle to be solved. The question sits among them like a bowl of dates, beautiful, obvious, and meant to be shared when the time feels right. A tray passes, and with it, a pattern of gestures, the steady hand, the slight bow, the cup offered with the handle turned toward the receiver, a courtesy old enough to have forgotten its origin. Your own cup is warm as a living thing. The tea is the color of polished wood and carries a clean sweetness that speaks of leaves picked just before the heat turned cruel. Someone laughs under his breath, nothing showy, and the laugh makes a little ladder that the rest of the room climbs down from the day. There is a single mirror on the wall, an import with a thin rind of silvering rubbed away along the edges. In it, the brazier's light looks like a small sun teaching itself to rise, fall, and rise again. The mirror shows the room twice, and yet more truly. Not grander than it is, not meaner. On its lower corner, a fingertip has left a crescent clear of dust, a tiny moon in a borrowed sky. You notice your face only the way one notices a familiar street from a window of a moving cart, without vanity, with a little wave. Outside, a donkey's hoof strikes stone, a sound like flint finding a spark. But the night doesn't catch. It only glows a bit warmer. The door has fallen back into place, and though you can no longer see the lane, the room holds a faint impression of it, the way a seashell holds a rehearsal of the ocean. Voices move. They do not compete. They braid. A question about a word becomes an anecdote about a father's advice, becomes a recollection of winter rain that once lasted a week and made every bread taste of wood smoke. No one owns the evening. The evening keeps its own ledger and writes everyone down as paid in full. Perhaps the shock, if we must use that strong word, is how gentle it feels to be nowhere important and yet entirely seen. The world outside is still a world of titles and tall talk, but in here, the highest sound is the hush that follows a true sentence. You came looking for a story. The story, it seems, came looking for a place to set its basket down and rest beside you. The brazier purrs. The curtain forgets and remembers the draft. A spoon tings once against a glass, and that too is part of the music. Now and then, someone glances at the door, not in worry, but in gratitude, as if to thank the threshold for doing its ancient work, turning strangers into guests and hours into something softer than time. Within, the glow feels warmer than the night outside. It is a small thing, the way your foot finds the woven mat and not the bare plank beyond it. Yet the body notices first, before the mind has decided what is happening. The mat gives a little, like soil with rain still sleeping in it. The hush that lives in the room notices you too, and makes space the way water opens for a hand. Behind, the door forgets your name and remembers only that you are a guest. Ahead, the air wears the soft sweetness of tea leaves that have already told their stories once and are willing to tell them again. Light arrives here with manners. It does not strike or dazzle. It invites. The brazier's glow is not a flame, but a conversation, a steady embering that gives faces definition and leaves corners to their privacy. The brass of its rim has been polished by careful cloth and years of evenings. You can see the delicate oval of your own reflection rise and sink across it as if on a quiet tide. The coals at the center are the color of pomegranates where the seeds meet the peel, deep, patient, persuasive. Cushions line the walls in a grammar of comfort, each one an old sentence edited by time. They do not match, and that is their charm. One is striped like a riverbank. One is the brown of walnut shells. One has a tear mended with a silk thread the exact shade of a late apricot sunset. The tatami-like carpets beneath them show a careful wear, paths where knees and heels have taken the same polite journeys, islands where a teacup is likely to rest, a little sprig motif at the fringe that insists on cheering up the entire room with its small courage. No one performs the act of noticing you. Instead, attention arrives like warmth does, gradually, from many directions. A man in a soft gray galabia lifts a hand not to beckon, but to reassure. There is a place. There has always been a place. A younger fellow, perhaps a helper, or perhaps simply someone who understands the language of evenings, slides a low stool 2 finger widths to the left to make a passage wider, and in that minor rearrangement is the philosophy of the house. Here, the furniture knows how to listen. Your eyes adjust and begin to understand the room's quiet hierarchy. Near the door, a row for new arrivals who have not yet learned the pace. Toward the center, regulars, those who know the secret of unhurried laughter. In the curve by the brazier, a seat for the elder whose eyebrows have become white reeds. The heat soothes his joints, and the angle of light is merciful to eyes that prefer silhouettes to sharpness. In the back, a small alcove shaped by a curtain's gentle sag, the confessional that is not a confessional, a harbor for words too tender for the main current. On the wall opposite the door, a mirror hangs narrow and tall, the sort that once kept company with a dressing table in a merchant's house. It has traveled, this mirror. The ripples in its glass betray a long sea crossing and a slow journey upstream on a boat that believed in reeds and patience. The silvering has worn thin at the edges, and in those places the wall's lime wash peers through, turning reflection into a watercolor that refuses to lie. The mirror doubles the brazier's glow and halves the room's pretensions. Anyone careless enough to admire himself in it will find his vanity powdered with soft light until it looks almost like humility. From a shelf to the right, cups make a faint music as they are set down and lifted up. None of them match either. A blue one with a white chip at the lip. A clear glass one, faintly green with age. A porcelain one with a crack repaired by a thin seam of bright metal. A local idea of kintsugi that is less about art than about gratitude. To hold such a cup is to admit a simple truth. Being mended is not the opposite of being whole. The host appears, or perhaps he has been present all along, and you are only now arriving at his presence. He wears the sort of kindness that does not point at itself, eyes that attend, hands that remember the weight of a full tray, and the balance of a tired heart. He offers not questions, but options. Would you like the cushion with the view of the door, or the one that knows how to tuck you out of the draft? Would you like tea that suggests cloves, or tea that has been introduced to mint and promised discretion? You answer by leaning slightly toward one choice, and he nods as if you have said something wise. The room's language is mostly verbs of small care. A shawl is unfolded not to impress, but to warm a lap that did not ask. A candle is pinched lower when the brazier's confidence flickers. A pitcher is poured with the spout nudged against the cup's rim, so the stream makes no boast of itself. Here, grace is not a ceremony. It is a maintenance plan. Outside rules have been left with the shoes. The barber is not a barber here, though his fingers still keep the memory of gentle angles. The copyist is not a copyist, though his eyes still measure margins by instinct. The elder is not the sum of anyone's deference. Names cling less tightly. A man who is sometimes called Hassan may find himself simply brother for an hour. A scholar known in other rooms by the grand architecture of his lineage is in this circle a listener among listeners. That is the small, durable revolution of the place. Hierarchy softens like wax left too close to a lamp, and afterward, what keeps its shape is simply the wick. The first cup arrives, and with it, the first lesson. Tea here is not a beverage, it is a tempo. It sets the evening's measure and keeps it from rushing itself into a corner. The cup is warm, the saucer cool. The steam carries a report from distant leaves, how the sun treated them, how quick the hands were that picked them, what the sky looked like the day they were dried. A sliver of sugar waits like a polite guest who will not speak unless invited. The host, scanning faces, turns the saucer slightly so that the cup's handle rests at the angle easiest for your reach. Somewhere, a grandmother smiles in approval. From the doorway, a pair of new arrivals, two friends of unequal confidence, hesitate. The taller one urges the shorter with a shoulder, a nudge so practiced it might be their family's way of saying, "I believe in you." The room receives them without display. Cushions open. A pathway writes itself, and then erases footprints. The host steps forward, not to claim, but to ease. He says their names so softly the names seem to land like birds, a reassurance that here, a person's beginning is always handled with two hands. There is a small shock, if you are looking for such things, and it is this. Nothing is sold hard. The door does not collect tolls of hurry. The brazier does not demand attention. It earns it. Conversation is not a market of cleverness. It is a quilt of slow squares, stitched from memory and surprise. And, yet, the room is not vague. Its boundaries are as legible as a well-kept ledger. You sense where joking belongs and where it does not. You understand that a certain cushion by the corner belongs to grief tonight, and that anyone who sits there will find the room leaning slightly in to listen, the way a tree leans toward a child who has gone still. A soft knot of talk forms near the mirror. The copyist, Mahmoud, by the look of his pen-calloused finger and the ink shadow like a coastline along his palm, is telling how, earlier, the letters would not come. "I had a page the color of a patient cloud," he says, "and a pen with good manners. Still, the words threw their cloaks over their heads and refused to be seen." He speaks this without complaint. He is merely reporting the weather of a day, So I set the page aside and watched a dust mote turn, like a slow comet in the tall light. The barber, Hassan, will permit ourselves to guess, grins. And did the comet sign the page for you? Mahmoud spreads his hands. It signed my patience. It signed the hour, and the words came back after lunch, wearing work clothes and a better attitude. Even the room's laughter is trained not to wake a sleeping child. It stirs like warm water in a basin. The old man at the brazier nods to its cadence as if to say, "This is a good beat for a long evening." He uncrosses and recrosses his ankles under his robe, a slow mechanical kindness to his bones. When the laughter settles, he asks, "Tell me, the comet, did it circle you or the page?" And on that question, the kind that will not be answered but will haunt the steam of everyone's cup, the evening grows another ring, like a tree. On a small tray of hammered copper, a plate of dates arrives that have clearly been chosen with affection. They are the sort that collapse into their own sweetness with the sigh of cream. They travel the circle without the fuss of offers and refusals, as if a gentle rule were stitched into the cloth. You are welcome to want. Next to them, a shallow dish of almonds, blanched and glossy, like polished bone dominoes. Someone mashes one between tongue and roof, and the small, percussive crunch is received as an honest sound, as welcome as a line of poetry remembered just in time. On the wall above the mirror, lines of verse turn the edges of the evening inward. The script curls like vine. A couplet about mercy, a line about the obedience of the heart when led by kindness, a half stanza that suggests the world is a tent pitched for travelers who do not own the land but may share the shade. You find the rhythm of the letters even if you do not read them. The strokes breathe in the same tempo as the room. A moth tests the lantern's halo and decides against ambition. Good judgment comes in many sizes. From somewhere just beyond the curtain, the street makes a faint proposal. A wheel rolled, a voice raised and then folded back into itself, a donkey considering an opinion. The curtain answers for the room with a small sway, as if to say, "Not tonight," or "Not just now." Inside, a woman's name is spoken with care, not as gossip, but as a hope. You realize there is a law here, quiet and firm. Words are carried like glass, with both hands. The host appears again, bearing not ceremony, but steadiness. He swaps a cushion with another of slightly denser fill, not because anyone asked, but because he has seen what a spine needs after an hour, and what a neck will forgive. On his tray, a pot that keeps its own counsel sits beside a small bowl that smells of cardamom's patience. He places them and waits until the table breathes out its thanks. He never says, "How is everything?" because everything cannot be answered in a word. Instead, he listens to the angles of cups and the posture of shoulders, and he learns more than questions could teach. A stranger, there are always strangers, clears his throat and nearly speaks too soon. You can see the momentum of a day's habit twitch in him. Offices where sentences must outrun silence. A home where children insist upon the grammar of hunger and bedtime. He lifts his chin, then drops it, as if setting a bird back into its nest. When he finally speaks, it is to thank the host for the chair he did not notice being placed under him. The room nods. Gratitude is the dialect almost everyone knows. Another small shock. This one almost comic in its gentleness. A man who has made his living arguing cases in rougher rooms tries to interrupt himself and fails. He manages a smile of surrender, rubs his temple as though his mind were a stubborn lock, and says, "Forgive me, I am learning the speed limit." The barber taps the side of his cup twice. an old barbershop sign for "Well said." The elder, pleased, leans forward to loan the newcomer a sentence. We keep the door unlocked, but we do not run through it. The lawyer closes his eyes a moment, as if accepting a blessing. When he opens them, they have washed themselves in a quieter light. If you listened hard for commerce here, you would find it, but you would not call it trade. A story is exchanged for a listening face. A small confession is bartered for a hand laid over a knee, a moment longer than casual comfort requires. Knowledge changes pockets with the ease of coins among friends. In the South, someone says, the mint is better when it has known heat. In the North, replies another, we cool the cups first, and then the patients arrive sooner. In my mother's kitchen, adds a third. We drink the first cup for the day, the second for each other, and the third for whatever we do not yet know how to name. No one writes this down. The room will remember. You shift, and the cushion under you answers with a soft exhale, as if to approve of your choice. The cup visits your lip again, and the taste has changed slightly. The second telling of the leaves' story carries an extra word about rivers and a shorter word about sun. Someone opens the window, a finger's width. The night pushes a thin blade of air into the room and fans the brazier so that the coals make that low, contented sound that means, in coal language, we are still here. The curtain, feeling a draft, lays its fringe against the floor like a dog's ear. In the alcove, the quietest conversation of the evening begins. A man speaks of his father's hands and how they taught him to knot rope and to untangle harder things without leaving marks. He does not cry. Nobody asks him to. He tells how he argued with a brother and carried the stone of it for 3 years in his pocket, until one night, perhaps a night like this, with a brazier nearby and a verse above the mirror, he set the stone on a windowsill and found it gone in the morning, the sill dusty and innocent as any cloud. The listener does not offer advice. He offers the discipline of being present. This is the costliest coin and the cheapest, depending on how a person keeps his accounts. The pipe has not yet begun its slow circle. That will be another hour's lesson. But even now you can feel the room's willingness to share air, to synchronize the ordinary, to align the humble machineries of breath and thought. Conversation drifts to the geometry on the wall, how the star repeat refuses to forget itself, how the tessellation answers pride with symmetry, how the empty space between lines does more work than the pigment, the way silence in a measure makes music believe itself. There is music too, though no one announces it. A man absently plucks at a stringed instrument, resting like a sleeping cat against his knee. The note he finds is not a performance, it is a reminder. Another voice hums a thread barely there, and it hangs like a shawl over a chair's back, harmless, available. It would take only a breath to lift it and wear it, so the room does, without crediting anyone as the tailor. It is possible, you think, that nothing needs to be owned to be cherished. You begin to understand what the room has been teaching since your foot touched the mat. That entry is not a single act, but a sequence. First the door, then the light, then the seat, then the cup, then the listening. You have been arriving for some time now, and will be arriving still when the brazier sinks and the mirror takes back its borrowed fires. The shock, if it is a shock, lives in this recognition. That slowness is not a refusal, but a form of welcome stretched out so that you might not spill your heart in the doorway. Somewhere, a clock insists on its own importance. No one argues with it. They simply let its minutes pass like a kind relative who cannot help repeating himself. The host glides by once more to gather the saucers whose rims have learned your thumb's shape. His hand pauses, a fraction of a moment longer than necessary, above your cup, an invitation to continue or to rest. You give the smallest nod, and he pours, and you feel seen in a way that does not require explanation. If the world outside has sharper edges tonight, the room sandpapers none of them. It merely places felt beneath. What hurries in other streets becomes a stroll here. What aches becomes describable. What pride attempts becomes, with a little heat and a little patience, bread. You are not here to be improved. You are here to be gently returned to yourself, uncreased and quietly warmed, like a letter rescued from a pocket, unfolded on a table that smells faintly of lemon oil, and read in a voice that remembers how your name was written when you first learned to write it. Outside, Cairo slows with shutters drawn and voices dimming. Before we sink too deep into the cushions, let us lift our eyes a moment to the street just beyond that heavy cedar door. For a story does not belong only to the room that holds it. It belongs too to the street that feeds it, and to the lives brushing past with the dust of their day still clinging to sleeves and sandals. Evening in Cairo is not a curtain that falls all at once. It is a gradual dimming, like embers easing themselves into ash, like a song that knows when to soften without losing its tune. The market, so clamorous only an hour before, now sighs with closure. Shopkeepers bend down wooden shutters with a sound that is half groan, half lullaby, the day's last breath of commerce. The shutters fall into place like eyelids, reluctant yet relieved. Each slap of wood against iron echoes down the lane and fades into a silence made of many such closings. You might say the whole neighborhood blinks itself toward rest. A grocer sweeps the stone threshold with a worn palm broom, each stroke raising little ghosts of flour. The dust floats, turns golden in the dusk's final sunlight, then vanishes into shadow. A boy tugs at his father's sleeve, begging to keep one more fig for himself. The father smiles, nods once, and the boy bites with a grin that makes his cheeks glow as though lanterns lived inside. Small moments like these, invisible in the haste of noon, now shine brighter against the evening's calm canvas. The air carries smells that belong only to the hour between business and slumber. There is the smoke of meat fat dripping onto open coals, the sting of onion skins cast aside, the resin of pine torches being snuffed, the sweetness of dates still piled on a stall, though no buyers remain. Above all, there is the faint river scent that rides up river breezes, mud and water, fish and silt, reminding everyone that the Nile's wide patience governs them still. Children race through the narrowing lane, their laughter running ahead of them like a bright scarf trailing behind in the dusk. One clutches a hoop, another a worn ball, and a third simply runs for the joy of running, his bare feet slapping stone. Mothers lean from doorways, calling names with a rhythm that mixes scolding and music. Soon, one by one, the children vanish behind, curtains drawn, leaving only echoes that take their time to dissolve. The donkeys are slower to retire. Hooves strike sparks as they are led home, tails swatting away evening flies too stubborn to admit the day is done. A man balances sacks of lentils across his shoulders. The weight makes him sway like a metronome that sets the lane's tempo. Another carries a cage of pigeons, each bird a pale ghost against the bars, their throats cooing a chant too soft for the ear, yet deep enough for the chest to feel. Overhead, laundry sways on rooftop lines. A sheet snaps once, loud as a sail catching wind, then settles back into stillness. Lamps begin to wink alive, small, uncertain flames at first, then steadier as oil finds its wick. Light seeps out from slits and cracks, painting bright stripes onto the cobblestones so that the street becomes a patchwork quilt of shadow and glow. The quilt is stitched each evening by countless anonymous hands, and every evening it is taken apart again by dawn. There is comfort in the predictability. The butcher knows exactly which neighbor will arrive last, pressing coins into his hand for a cut of meat too modest for morning's pride. The spice seller knows that a certain scholar will shuffle by at twilight, nostrils quivering at the scent of cinnamon, eyes promising that thought itself is flavored by cardamom. And the water seller, his clay jars heavy, knows that dusk is when parched voices soften into gratitude, when every ladle poured feels like mercy. In the midst of this slow choreography, you may notice that Cairo does not sleep all at once. Some stalls remain open, half defiant, half hospitable. The coffee house on the corner hums like a hive, men leaning forward over brass cups, their voices pitched in conspiracies of friendship rather than rebellion. Cards slap against tabletops, dice tumble like bones. Yet even here, there is restraint, as if the city itself has agreed on a softer tone once the sun dips past the horizon. The muezzin's call folds itself over the rooftops, thinner than at noon, more tender, almost as if it were a lullaby meant not to command, but to coax. Windows swing open to receive it. Some answer with prayer mats rolled out, others with nothing more than a sigh, a pause in whatever task occupies their hands. The sound knits the quarter together for a few minutes, binding grocer and scholar, child and elder into one listening body. Then it fades, leaving a silence rich with aftertaste. The door we left ajar lets in fragments of this outside world. A shutter slams, distant but resonant. A donkey brays as if giving commentary. Somewhere a mother sings a child toward sleep, the melody rising on one note, then sliding down in a long sigh. Inside, cushions and coals wait. Outside, the street finishes tucking itself into rest. The two worlds lean toward each other, overlapping just enough to remind you that they are made of the same clay, the same breath, the same dust warmed by sun and cooled by stars. In a narrow alley that joins the lane, a man bends to strike flint. The spark is small but shows his whole face for an instant. Lines of labor, eyes of endurance. The match catches, the lamp accepts, and a circle of yellow insists against the dark. A boy beside him claps once, delighted not by the flame, but by the ritual of its birth. That joy, the joy of beginnings within endings, spreads out, unseen but undeniable, into the night. The cats know this hour best. They slink low, tails like quills, whiskers trembling at every promise of fish bones left behind. They mew, they purr, they quarrel in whispers. Their kingdom awakens just as others withdraw. The city does not end. It changes guard. Every twilight is a handing over of keys, from the sellers and buyers to the watchers and wanderers, from the open palm of the day to the closed fist of the night. And through it all, the door remains, wooden, steady, guardian of two realms. Behind it, the hush of cushions and cups. Before it, the gentle unraveling of a day that has given all it can. To step inside is to leave one tempo for another, yet neither is false. Both belong to Cairo, a city that does not extinguish itself but dims by layers, so that memory and present overlap like two shadows cast by a single flame. Perhaps the quiet shock, if one is listening, is how easily the extraordinary hides within the ordinary. The shutter falling is not just wood. It is a heartbeat deciding it has beat enough for today. The broom sweeping is not just dust. It is a prayer disguised as labor. The laughter of children racing through alleys is not just noise. It is the future rehearsing its lines before the stage is ready. One could live in this city for a lifetime and never notice. Yet one evening spent truly watching is enough to remind the heart why it still longs for belonging. So linger a moment more, feel the street's breath slow, hear the shutters murmur, watch the cats claim their kingdom. When you are ready, step back through the wool curtain. Let the night outside continue its descent into silence, while we take our seat deeper inside, where another kind of story waits, braided from smoke, verse, and the kindness of strangers. Some things were never spoken aloud, yet everyone felt them. The hush of the street lingers as we step inside again. Cushions accept our weight, smoke rises in thin ribbons, and yet, before conversation can stretch fully into the night, there is another presence in the room. Not a person exactly, not a lamp or a sound, but something weightless and powerful, the silent barrier. It is the kind of presence that lives in all societies, whether on a Cairo street in the 19th century, or in a parlor in Boston, or a farmhouse in Ohio. Rules unspoken, but as firm as stone. Customs that no one dares to write down, for to put them in ink would make them too visible, too easy to argue with. Instead, they are felt, breathed, obeyed without question. Here, in the Hashish house, those barriers melt somewhat, but they do not vanish. Patrons leave their sandals at the curtain, yet they carry their titles and burdens inside on their shoulders. A barber knows he is a barber, even if tonight he speaks like a scholar. A scribe knows his fingers are stained with ink, even if he tells tales that glow like poetry. They all feel the weight of who they are supposed to be outside, and for a few hours, they wrestle gently with what it means to be something else here within. You can almost hear it in the pauses between words. Mahmoud, the copist, will begin a story from an ancient manuscript, his voice steady, his mind alive with remembered phrases. But then a silence will arrive, sudden and heavy, not because he has forgotten his line, but because he has remembered who is listening. A merchant with silver rings on his fingers, a young man with more wealth than years, a laborer whose palms are scarred by stonework. Mahmoud knows the risk of stepping too boldly across those invisible lines. So his voice hesitates, then glides onward, careful, like a bird skimming the water's surface, but never quite plunging. Hassan, the barber, senses the barrier too. By day he trims beards and listens more than he speaks. By night here, he lets words flow like a river released from its dam. Yet even in his bravest tales, stories of Istanbul markets, of Damascus gardens, he chooses details that are safe to share. He never speaks of his poorest customers, never of his own hunger, never of debts that might shame his family. His stories soar across seas but step delicately around the stones of his own street. And then there is Abu Yusuf, the elder whose very silence is an act of speech. He rarely tells a story outright. Instead, he asks a question. What is it we remember best, the thing itself or the way it made us feel? A simple question, perhaps, yet one that loosens knots in the mind. His listeners lean closer, not sure if an answer is expected. Sometimes none comes. Sometimes the silence stretches, longer than comfort allows. And in that silence lies the reminder, some truths are not to be spoken, only felt. The silent barrier is not always cruel. Often it serves as a guardrail, keeping pride intact, sparing wounds that words might otherwise cut. In a city where reputations were as fragile as glass, where a rumor could travel faster than a caravan, discretion was a kindness. The Hashish house, then, was not only a place of freedom, but of careful balance. It allowed men to stretch their souls, but not so far that they tore away from the fabric of their community. The rituals themselves helped maintain that balance. The passing of the goza, the long pipe, was more than courtesy. It was rhythm, tempo, a silent reminder. Your turn, then mine. No voice overshadowing another. The slow inhale, the pause, the gentle exhale, all built in natural breaks where silence could live without embarrassment. In that rhythm, even hesitation became graceful. No one needed to rush. The silence itself grew sacred. Sometimes, though, the barrier showed itself in sharper ways. A young patron might enter, his eyes bright with the boldness of youth. He would speak too quickly, too freely, perhaps mocking a powerful family, or recounting a scandal overheard in the bazaar. The room would grow heavy. The brazier's flame seemed to dim. Ahmad Al-Antawi, the proprietor, would not scold. He would merely adjust the blend in the pipe, stronger, softer, chosen with care, and pass it back with a glance that said, "Slow yourself. Remember the unspoken rules." The young man would inhale, fall quiet, and the balance would be restored without a word exchanged. It is in these small moments that the true character of the place lived, not in loud debate, not in drunken revelry, but in the art of managing silence, of knowing what to leave unsaid. The silent barrier was like a second host in the room, invisible, yet guiding every gesture. You could see it in posture. The scholar leaning just so, keeping dignity intact while still listening. The craftsman shifting on his cushion, easing weary muscles, but never sprawling in disrespect. You could sense it in the way eyes met, direct, then softening, never holding too long. All these were the city's unwritten laws, carried gently into this haven. Yet, in a way, the most remarkable truth is how the barrier softened here. Outside, in the daylight lanes, the cobbler would bow to the merchant. The boy would not dare to interrupt the elder. But within these smoke-thick walls, the edges blurred. The cobbler could ask the merchant's opinion on a line of poetry. The boy could tell a memory that made the elder smile. The rules did not vanish, but they bent, like reeds in a breeze, flexible enough to make space for new growth. For the women outside, the barrier was heavier still. Though their presence rarely crossed the threshold, their absence was felt. Wives would hear echoes of these evenings, their husbands repeating fragments of poetry or philosophy at the breakfast table. Sisters might receive softened versions of tales told here, retold in courtyards where only family could listen. The barrier, for them, was double, barred by custom, yet still touched by influence. And perhaps they too found ways to mirror the ritual, in kitchens, in whispers, in gatherings too private to ever be written down. What is striking is how this unspoken order bound the community together. It was fragile, yes, but also strong in its very fragility. Like the web a spider spins across a doorway, invisible until the morning dew makes it glisten. Step through carelessly, and it breaks. Move with awareness, and it holds, stronger than silk. So it was with silence in these rooms. And so the night deepened. Outside, shutters rested. Inside, the fire crackled. A laugh would rise, then hush itself, as though embarrassed at its own boldness. A question would float, then settle into smoke, without an answer. And beneath it all, the silent barrier continued to stand. Not a wall to divide, but a veil to remind. In every gathering, there is one who mirrors the rest. As the lamps burn lower and the smoke thins into languid spirals, one often notices a figure who is neither the loudest nor the most silent, yet somehow most central. Such a person does not dominate the evening, but reflects it, like a still pool reflecting a moon, or a polished brass tray catching the glow of firelight. Without him, the circle would feel incomplete. With him, it feels steadied, given shape. In Alantawi's salon, that role belonged, more often than not, to a man known simply as Khalil. His name meant friend, and it suited him. He was not remarkable in wealth, nor in lineage, nor even in skill of craft, yet he carried a patience that made others unfold themselves as easily as papyrus unrolling to reveal its words. Khalil sat slightly apart, not because he was excluded, but because he chose the vantage of a witness. He leaned back, a hand upon his knee, his eyes roaming from speaker to speaker, with a softness that made each man feel heard. His voice entered the flow sparingly, like a reed flute's note slipped into a melody, not to command attention, but to complete it. When the barber told a story too quickly, Khalil would smile, a small shake of the head, slowing the rhythm without saying a word. When the scholar tangled himself in a web of metaphors, Khalil's gentle would free the knot, reassuring the speaker that sense was still being made. And when the young patron, flushed with bravado, risked offense, Khalil's calm glance would land on him, a glance heavy with neither scorn nor approval, but with the weight of reflection. In that gaze, the young man saw himself as others did, and he softened. What was Khalil's gift? Perhaps it was nothing more than attentiveness, yet in a world rushing with trade, rumor, and rivalry, attentiveness was rare enough to be power. He asked questions not to trap, but to reveal. What do you remember most about that journey? Or, and how did you feel when the song ended? Simple, yes. But these questions turned stories into confessions, turned memories into shared wisdom. Others found themselves speaking truths they had not meant to share. A merchant admitted that the scent of jasmine on the Damascus road had haunted him more than any prophet made. A stonemason confessed that the most beautiful arch he had built was torn down before it ever held weight. These were not boasts, but admissions of longing, of loss, of beauty glimpsed and lost again. And Khalil gathered them all without judgment, as though each fragment was a tile in a mosaic only he could see whole. It was not only words he reflected, but moods. When laughter rose, Khalil's shoulders shook gently, giving permission for others to laugh louder. When silence settled, he leaned into it, deepening it, making it less a void and more a cushion. His very posture became a mirror, relaxed when others needed ease, upright when dignity was called for. There were evenings when Khalil spoke scarcely at all, yet afterward men would say, "It was a fine night." Khalil was in rare form. They could not point to a story he told or a song he sang. They only knew that in his presence, their own stories had felt fuller, their own voices truer. The role of such a reflecting figure is old, older than Cairo, older than any city. In ancient tents by desert fires, in village squares beneath olive trees, there has always been one who gathers light by reflecting it. Without them, gatherings fracture into noise. With them, they become something greater than the sum of parts. Of course, reflection is not without cost. Khalil bore the weight of others' confessions, though he never betrayed them. He carried them silently, like smooth stones in a pouch. Now and then, in the faraway look of his eyes, one sensed that he longed for someone to reflect him in turn. But that is the paradox of such souls. They give clarity to others while remaining, themselves, a little clouded. The shock, if one cared to notice, was that Khalil himself was often overlooked. Men praised the bold storyteller, the eloquent poet, the witty youth, but rarely did they name Khalil's presence as the thread holding all together. And yet, had he been absent, they would have felt it like a chair missing from the circle. Perhaps that is the truest measure of his gift, to be necessary without demanding recognition. On certain nights, when the fire's coals glowed low and the room grew quiet, Khalil would share a tale of his own. Not long, not elaborate. A memory of his mother's kitchen, the sound of lentils simmering, and the way her hand rested briefly on his hair. Or of a journey upriver, when he watched a fisherman mend his net in silence for hours until the work became a kind of prayer. He told these stories as if they belonged not only to him, but to everyone. And when he finished, the silence that followed was not awkward but full, like a cup brimming to the edge, ready to spill into dreams. Thus the circle learned slowly that reflection itself could be as sacred as creation, that to mirror another's truth was to preserve it, like memory held in glass, that perhaps listening, truly listening, was the greatest act of companionship. So the evening flowed. Words rose and ebbed. Laughter sparked and subsided. Silences grew thick and then thinned. And through it all, Khalil sat with his quiet eyes, his steady posture, reflecting each soul back to itself. A man of no title, no grand fortune, and yet, in that room, as essential as fire, as water, as breath. Sometimes kindness, simple and unadorned, opens what silence cannot. The lamps glow lower still, their wicks trimmed back to conserve oil. Shadows swell along the plastered walls, and the air thickens with the perfume of charred resin. Yet within that dimness comes something unexpected, something soft, a presence not of smoke or silence, but of kindness. It enters as lightly as a breeze through a cracked shutter, and with it, barriers bend. In Alantawi's gathering, kindness was never trumpeted, never demanded. It arrived in gestures so small they might have been overlooked. A cushion nudged toward a weary guest, a cup refilled before it was asked for, a hand resting briefly on another's shoulder when words faltered. These were not the acts of grand design, but of instinct, unspoken recognitions that human beings, stripped of rank and burden, long for gentleness. The young men noticed it first, though they could not name it. One evening, a student whose father had recently died lingered in the doorway, unsure whether to step inside. The usual laughter felt foreign to him, like a melody out of tune with his grief. But Khalil, the reflecting figure, saw him, rose quietly, and placed a cushion beside his own. No words, no invitation, only space made ready. The student sat. Later he would recall nothing of the poems recited that night, nothing of the melodies hummed, only that when his throat tightened, someone had poured water into his cup before he knew he needed it. That small act became a key, unlocking a night of solace. Kindness in such settings was not weakness, but architecture. It shaped the room as surely as beams and bricks did. Without it, the house might have been a place of smoke and distraction. With it, it became sanctuary. Even Alantawi, whose role as proprietor demanded both firmness and neutrality, knew when to wield kindness like a craftsman's tool. He might adjust a blend of herbs to soften a patron's mood, knowing the man's spirit needed gentleness more than stimulation. He might pause a discussion just long enough for laughter to rise again after a heavy silence. His skill lay not only in the mixing of substances, but in the mixing of souls, ensuring that no one left feeling lesser than when they entered. The shock, if one thought about it, was how powerful these small mercies proved. A word left unsaid could protect pride, but a kindness offered without ceremony could rebuild dignity entirely. The merchant, weary from bargaining, rediscovered his humanity in the barber's respectful nod. The scholar, embarrassed by forgetting a line of verse, regained his composure when another quietly supplied the missing phrase. Each moment restored something fragile, yet essential. It is easy to believe that history moves on the shoulders of kings and generals, but within rooms like these, kindness moved lives. It mended what silence could not heal. It bridged gaps that intellect could not cross. To watch it work was to witness alchemy finer than any blend of herbs, a turning of sorrow into peace, of isolation into belonging. One evening remains vivid in memory. A dispute had begun between two patrons, an argument over lineage, sparked by some careless remark about family origins. Voices rose, eyes sharpened, the circle's calm trembling at its edges. Before the quarrel could harden, an old man, nearly blind, reached for both their hands. He pulled them into his lap, chuckled softly, and said, "Your blood runs hot, but it is still blood, red as mine." His words were nothing profound, yet his laughter was so free, his palms so warm, that both men smiled despite themselves. The quarrel dissolved into embarrassment, then into relief. That night, the story of their dispute was retold not as shame, but as proof of how easily anger yields to kindness when offered at the right moment. What made such gestures endure? Perhaps because they were never rehearsed. They grew out of attentiveness, like flowers blooming in cracks of stone. A scholar who lent his book to a craftsman who could not read, trusting the man to return it. A baker who arrived with fresh loaves, leaving them without asking for payment. A traveler who shared news of distant lands, speaking slowly so that those who had never left Cairo might still taste the world. Each act became a key, unlocking rooms within the soul that had been long closed. And though few would say it aloud, many came to the salon less for the smoke or the stories than for this, the chance to feel seen with gentleness. In a city brimming with commerce and rivalry, in homes where burdens pressed heavily, these evenings offered a reprieve, a reminder that life could be softened, if only for a while. Kindness had another quality too. It echoed. A man who received it in the salon might carry it into the street the next morning. The grocer, recalling how someone had saved him a cushion, might in turn slip a fig into a child's hand. The mason, remembering how another had refilled his cup, might lift his neighbor's heavy load without being asked. In this way, what began as a single gesture within smoke-filled walls spread into the city like ripples in water, unseen yet undeniable. It is tempting to call this a fragile power, but in truth it was stronger than many laws. Fear can silence a voice, but only kindness can draw one out. Authority can compel obedience, but only kindness can win loyalty. And so, the Hashish house became not merely a retreat from the world, but a workshop in the art of humanity. The key turned quietly in countless locks. Hearts opened, barriers softened, griefs lightened. And through it all, no one proclaimed the virtue of kindness. It was simply lived, folded into the rituals like the turning of a pipe, the pouring of tea, the gentle sigh between verses of poetry. The loudest moment of the night arrived in utter stillness. There are nights when the flow of talk and song rises so steadily that one forgets to notice how high the tide has come. A jest leads to a tale to a verse to a song, and soon the whole circle is carried along as if upon a river, their voices blending with the smoke and the rhythm of breath. Yet the river must reach its bend, and sometimes that bend is not marked by noise or gesture, but by silence so complete it startles the heart awake. In Alan Towie's house, such a moment once unfolded so naturally that no one at first recognized it as the peak of the evening. A poet had been reciting, his voice quivering with emotion, each line falling like a drop of oil upon water, spreading wide and leaving a sheen. The room leaned toward him. The pipe passed more slowly now, all breath held in readiness for the next phrase. He spoke of exile, of longing for a city one may never see again. His words drifted across the listeners, not as performance, but as confession. And then, mid-line, his voice faltered. He closed his eyes. His lips moved, but no sound emerged. The brazier crackled once, a coal shifting, and in that moment, the whole room froze. No one rushed to fill the gap. No cough, no shuffle, no nervous laugh intruded. The silence widened, vast as desert, and within it, every man felt his own longing, his own exile, mirrored. The climax of the night was not a triumphant chorus, not a shout of revelation, but this, an absence that revealed everything. Some later said the poet had wept, though no tear was seen. Some said he had forgotten the line, though he never admitted so. But all agreed that the stillness itself was unforgettable. Time thickened, like honey poured too slowly, and every heart seemed to beat in reluctant unison, afraid to disturb the fragile vessel of that moment. Khalil, the reflecting figure, leaned forward, not to rescue, but to honor the pause. His eyes met the poet's, steady, accepting, and in that gaze the poet drew breath again, not to continue the verse, but to bow his head. That was all. No resumption, no explanation, just a bowed head, and the circle understood. The poem was complete, though unfinished. It is strange how the body remembers such silence. Years later, men would describe the prickling at their necks, the way their lungs had burned for want of breath. They would say that never again did they hear quiet so alive. Even the cat curled near the brazier had lifted its head, ears pricked, as if recognizing the sanctity of the instant. The shock, gentle yet searing, was that revelation had come not through words, but through their absence. Here was the highest point of the night, yet it carried no climax in the usual sense. No applause, no exclamation, only the realization that some truths cannot be spoken, only shared in silence. What followed was not a return to chatter, but a lingering softness. When speech resumed, it was hushed, tender, almost apologetic. Men spoke of childhood kitchens, of gardens glimpsed at dusk, of the scent of rain on dust. No topic was too small, for each was offered as balm after the wound of that silence. The poet himself said nothing more, only smiled faintly, as if relieved of a burden. Even Alantawi, ever the careful host, seemed moved beyond his usual composure. He poured a new preparation with such reverence that each movement of his hands felt ceremonial. The grinding of leaf, the tamping of bowl, the lighting of coal. He offered it without flourish, and the circle received it like communion. It is in such moments that a gathering transcends itself. What began as leisure, as refuge, becomes something almost liturgical. Not religion in form, but in essence, a shared recognition of the mystery binding them together. No one would ever inscribe that silence in the ledgers, no chronicler would mark the date. And yet, for those present, it remained the truest memory of the season. Outside, the city went on as usual. Donkeys brayed in distant alleys, a mother sang her child toward sleep, shutters creaked as wind pressed against them. The world was unchanged. And yet, for the men inside, a door had been opened within. They had glimpsed the height of intimacy, not in revelation, but in restraint, not in speech, but in the trembling fullness of its absence. That is the paradox of the quiet climax. It shocks not by breaking the silence, but by deepening it until the soul can hear itself. And so the night, having reached its peak in stillness, flowed on more gently, like a river widening into calm. Conversation meandered, music softened, even the smoke seemed to drift more lazily. The intensity had passed, but its echo lingered, reminding each man that he had been present when silence spoke louder than any verse. Endings in these rooms were never sharp, but always half open. The hush of the climax still lingered, like a fragrance clinging to cloth long after the incense has burned away. One might have thought that such a night would end abruptly, that the guests would rise, bow, and slip into the darkness beyond the door. But that was not the way of Alantawi's house. Endings were not dismissals, they were driftings. A night here never closed like a book with a snapped cover, but eased itself into conclusion, leaving pages fluttering still. The door, thick cedar, its brass fittings warm from many hands, always played its role. It never slammed. It creaked. It sighed. It leaned open, but rarely did it shut with finality. To leave was to part the curtain gently, to step into the night with the promise that one might step back again. Ajar, always ajar. That was the house's secret of continuity. On this particular evening, after the silence that had stunned every heart, the circle began to loosen. A man adjusted his cushion, another rubbed his knees, another looked toward the door as if measuring the distance between departure and lingering. Yet no one moved hastily. Each seemed reluctant to disturb the fragile equilibrium. Alantawi himself moved first, though not to dismiss them. He brought out a final tray, cups of mint water, cool and fragrant, meant to cleanse the mouth of smoke and the mind of heaviness. The offering was wordless, but each guest understood. They sipped, their lips moistening, their throats cooled. The water tasted of the garden, outside, of green leaves crushed at dawn, of a world larger than the room. It was, in its way, an invitation outward. Conversations, when they resumed, turned to the ordinary. One asked about a new shop in the spice market. Another mentioned a wedding he had attended. Someone laughed about a donkey too stubborn to move from a narrow lane. These were not diversions, but steps back toward daylight life. After the heights of silence, one needed the grounding of common talk. It was as though the soul, having climbed a peak, now needed a gentle path back down into the valley. The shock, subtle but real, was how easily the profound coexisted with the mundane. One moment men were touched by something greater than words. The next, they were speaking of the price of figs. And yet, rather than cheapening the former, the ordinary seemed to cradle it, protect it, carry it safely back into the stream of life. Khalil, as always, played his part. He did not speak of the silence they had shared, nor did he try to capture it in reflection. Instead, he asked a merchant how his youngest son fared in school. He admired a scholar's ring. He chuckled at a tale of mismeasured cloth in the bazaar. By turning the talk toward the simple, he ensured that the extraordinary did not feel alien, but became woven seamlessly into the fabric of daily existence. Gradually, men rose. One leaned down to kiss an elder's hand. Another embraced a friend lightly, their cheeks brushing in farewell. A few lingered, stretching the moment as if reluctant to face the cool air outside. The door opened and closed, but never sharply. Each departure left the room still whole, as though absence was just another form of presence. Outside, the night carried its own rhythm. Lamps glowed in windows, dogs barked distantly, the Nile whispered under stars. Those who stepped out felt the air on their faces like a blessing, cooler than the warmth inside, yet carrying traces of smoke on their robes. They carried with them not only their own thoughts, but fragments of the night, phrases of poetry, the hush of the climax, the echo of laughter. These fragments would travel home with them, slipping into bedsides, kitchens, workshops, shaping the ordinary with invisible threads. Back inside, Alantawi tidied quietly. He smoothed cushions, covered the brazier, stored the pipe. His movements were slow, unhurried, as if respecting the memory of what had just unfolded. A host knows that a night's worth does not end when the last guest departs. It lingers in the air, in the walls, even in the soot collected at the brazier's rim. To tend these things gently was to honor the gathering itself. There were evenings when one or two guests remained longer, speaking softly with the proprietor. They might share a personal worry, or recall a loved one now gone, or simply sit in companionable silence while the coals dimmed to ash. For them, the half-open door was more than wood and brass. It was an idea that there is always a passage between inner and outer, between solitude and company, between memory and present. And so it was that the house became known not only for what transpired within, but for how it let those moments spill outward. Patrons carried their softened hearts into the city, and the city, in turn, brought its burdens back to the door. The exchange was never abrupt, always flowing, like the Nile itself, neither wholly contained nor wholly released. Perhaps that is why, even in times of tension, when authorities muttered about such places, Alantawi's door remained untouched. To close it would have been to close more than a building. It would have sealed off a vital passage in the community's soul. People knew it, though few said it aloud. The city breathed through such doors. What made the ending of these nights most beautiful was not grandeur, but gentleness. No trumpet announced dismissal. No command rang out. Instead, each departure was a murmur, each farewell a brush of cloth, each closing of the door a sigh rather than a clap. The climax of silence gave way to the exhale of parting, and together they formed a rhythm as ancient as gathering itself. Rise, reach, return. So the night ended, or rather, shifted. Within the room, ash cooled. Outside, footsteps scattered into alleys, blending with the ordinary music of the city. And in the half-open door, still ajar, lingered the assurance that nothing had been concluded too tightly. The story would go on, another evening, another gathering, another silence waiting to bloom. The pipe moves gently, like a slow clock hand. There is a moment in the evening when talk grows so comfortable that it needs a companion, not to hurry it along, but to mark its pace. In Alantawi's house, that companion was the goza, the short water pipe with its small earthen bowl and round-bellied jar, simple as a clay lamp and just as honest. It did not command attention the way a drum might, nor decorate itself like a lute. It lived in the palm and in the breath, and by moving from hand to hand, it gave the night a shape. It rested at first near the brazier, its stem coiled like a sleeping vine, the mouthpiece polished smooth by countless evenings. Around it lay small tools that looked more at home in a craftsman's kit than in a parlor. A pin for clearing the tiny airway, a strip of lemon peel to wipe the tip, a sliver of folded paper for tamping, tongs that had learned, after years of practice, how to pick up a single glowing coal without pride. Beside them, a shallow dish weighted with clean cloths and a pinch of ground mint. Nothing grand. Everything tended. When the hour felt right, not earlier, not later, Alantawi would begin the quiet liturgy. He did not announce it. He only reached for the jar and filled it until the water sang against glass, a thin silver sound that seemed to rinse the room's attention. He tested the stem's fit with the certainty of habit, then turned to the bowl, touching leaf to clay with a delicacy that could humble a scribe. Tobacco prepared for companionship is not piled like cargo. It is nested like a bird in its cup, light, airy, with room for ember and breath. The first coal was always the host's to place. He lifted it from the brazier and settled it on the bowl, then listened, actually listened, for the pipe's first whisper, that shy susurration when air learns its path. If the sound came too strong, he eased the foil. If too faint, he moved the coal a hair's breadth. He was not making smoke. He was tuning an instrument. Only then did the goza enter the circle, not with ceremony, with courtesy. The first draw belonged not to rank, but to readiness. Often it went to the newcomer who had learned by watching how to receive. Both hands, a grateful glance, no performance. He would inhale gently, not as conquest, but as agreement with the house's tempo, then release a ribbon of breath that rose like a line of cursive in lamplight and disappeared before any vanity could claim it. He wiped the mouthpiece with lemon peel and a corner of cloth, not out of suspicion, but from the same propriety that turns a cup's handle toward the drinker. He passed the stem along. So the goza traveled, slow, deliberate, the night's second hand. It never crossed the circle diagonally like a shouted opinion. It followed the swell of conversation, added its punctuation, made breathing a communal art. In its path you could read the room's map, who sat close to whom, which silences asked for company, where grief had chosen its corner. The pipe sought them all in time, the way a lamp eventually warms every face. Etiquette, too, was a guide. One did not sip the pipe as if it were a private cup. One did not hoard it like an argument. You took what the moment gave and left the rest for others. You never blew smoke toward a listener's eyes. The room owed sight to every story. If a man had spoken long, the pipe might pause a breath at his knee, just long enough to remind him that breathing includes exhale. If laughter scattered the circle, the pipe lingered at its last station, as patient as a bookmark in a beloved page. Sometimes a soft shock would arrive, gentle, corrective. A brash youth once took an overeager draw and coughed. The room smiled without mockery, and the elder at the brazier tapped the stem twice, as if to teach the young man the night's syllables. In, pause, out. Another guest, eager to impress, tried to steer the goza out of turn. Khalil met his hand with an open palm, not a rebuke, a mirror, and the man, seeing himself in the gesture, withdrew with a nod that said, "I remember." Here, status could not purchase another breath. The pipe, like a fair clock, kept its own justice. What the goza carried was not merely smoke. It carried time softened, talk measured, presence confirmed. The draw slowed speech. The exhale wrapped sentences in gentleness. The passing on ensured that no one voice became the night's weather. It is fashionable in some histories to praise thunder, to seek change in canon and decree. But rooms like this were tempered by the barometer of breath. The pipe made a climate in which kindness could form like rain. There were nights when the goza moved more than one circle, a slow constellation of jars and stems that crossed and parted like courteous boats on a calm river. Each kept its own orbit, but the room sensed their relation, as if the evening were remembering a geometry older than conversation. In those moments, voices braided easily, and stories that might have collided on a louder street passed through one another like dancers bowing and gliding. No one conducted. The pipe was conductor enough. Hygiene, too, was its language of care. Between draws, the lemon peel found the mouthpiece, The cloth followed, mint freshened the air. No one needed to speak of it. The gestures had grown so ordinary that they became invisible, which is the highest praise for good manners. If a patron was unwell, he declined with a hand to heart, and the pipe moved on without question, the refusal honored like a vow. What you noticed, once you had sat through enough nights, was how the goza taught balance. It invited inwardness without isolation. It encouraged speech without insistence. A man prone to melancholy might, after a few careful draws, find his thought brightened, like a window yet unlatched now opening a hand's width to the night. The lively soul might discover, pleasant surprise, that listening is a flavor as complex as talking. The spell was not chemical alone. It was social, ritual, woven of respect and shared tempo. From time to time, the room welcomed a traveler brought by a regular, someone who had only read about such places in gaudy European accounts with more color than truth. The traveler arrived with pockets full of adjectives and left with most of them unused. He discovered, to his quiet embarrassment, that nothing required his astonishment. The pipe did not demand exotic awe. It required only the humility to join a rhythm older than himself. The shock he carried away was not of decadence, but of decency, that a common object could teach uncommon grace. Stories blossomed differently under the pipe's passage. The barber's anecdotes, which by day in the shop came fast and clever, now rounded their corners and found depth. Mahmud's recitations from memory, sometimes brittle with scholarship, warmed and took on the fragrance of experience. Dates, dust, a dove on a sill. Even the elder's questions softened from test to invitation. You could feel the room become a kind of instrument, tuned to a key called we. There was a practical genius in the way the goza mediated disagreement. When talk thickened, two men circling a point with rising heat, the pipe, reaching their part of the circle, insisted on a pause no one could resent. One inhaled, and while he held his breath, the other held his tongue. Exhale carried a bit of temper away. By the time the mouthpiece wiped and moved along, the quarrel had shed enough of its pride to survive the rest of the evening in good health. No decree could have arranged it so tenderly. Near midnight, when the coals had shrunk to their most honest glow, the pipe's voice grew deeper, the draw slower, the water's murmur more audible. It sounded like a small brook beneath snow, a reminder that even in stillness, something flows. The room matched it. Sentences lengthened, laughter went soft as cloth, and silence filled in the seams. A second pipe might be retired with thanks. The last made its rounds like a priest offering final blessing. Nothing supernatural, simply the reassurance that each had been noticed. You might expect that the final draw would belong to the host. Often it did not. It went to the one whose evening had asked the most courage of him, the man who had spoken a grief, the youth who had learned to wait his turn, the guest who had arrived bristling and now sat unarmored. He took the stem, breathed gently, and set it down as if placing a pebble on a grave and walking back lighter. No one applauded. No one needed to. After the bowl was tapped out, softly, to spare the clay, there remained the after ritual. Tongs lifted the last coal back to the brazier as if returning a pilgrim to his shrine. The jar was emptied with a tilt that made no boast of splash. The cloths were folded. The lemon peel, now pale and spent, went to a small dish that would smell faintly of citrus in the morning. The pipe lay on its side, cooling, like a well-read book closing itself. And yet the night's true measure could be read in the lungs. Breath had dropped into synchrony, draw of talk, exhale of listening. comfortable pauses where no one needed to rescue anyone from quiet. The pipe had taught what clocks cannot, that time is not only counted, it is shared. In that shared time, men felt equal without being made the same. The merchant's rings glittered no brighter than the mason's knuckles. The scholar's words found their home beside the barber's humor. The elder's question sat at the center like a small fire everyone could see by. Some evenings, when the street outside went glassy with dew and the cat's patrols grew casual, the pipe rested early, and tea reclaimed its throne. Men spoke of their fathers' gardens and their mothers' recipes, of the smell of shirts pressed on hot stones, of the satisfaction of a door latch that fits. The goza, sleeping, had not left them empty. It had left them full enough to be ordinary again. That, perhaps, was its most gracious work. If a lesson must be named, let it be this. Passing the pipe was never about smoke alone. It was about letting breath remind the room what it means to be human together. We inhale alone, yes, but we live by the air we share. Among cushions and coals, books waited like silent guests. Not every treasure of Alantawi's house lived in sound or smoke. Some treasures kept to the corners, where lamplight reached only by grace, where dust gathered yet did not settle for long. They were not costly jewels nor carved figurines, but volumes, bindings of leather softened by many hands, pages yellowed by time and air. In a city where libraries often belonged to mosques or wealthy scholars, it was a quiet wonder to find a shelf here, tucked behind a curtain, within a house devoted not to prayer or profit, but to gathering. The books were not many, 30 perhaps, 50 at most. Yet their presence made the room larger, as if every spine opened onto a landscape beyond the walls. They leaned on one another unevenly, some tall, some squat, some with gilded letters nearly rubbed away, others plain as unmarked stone. A few lay in stacks, scrolls of parchment tied with faded ribbon, or stitched notebooks filled by patrons themselves. At first glance, they seemed like any household collection, an accident of inheritance. But those who sat long enough began to realize this library was chosen. Alantawi, or perhaps a mentor before him, had assembled texts that spoke not to fashion, but to endurance. A copy of Ibn Khaldun's histories, its margins thick with notes in at least 3 different hands. A book of poetry from Andalusia, each verse carrying the scent of orange blossoms no reader here had ever seen, but all could imagine. Manuals on medicine, practical and precise, side by side with dream books mapping the landscapes of sleep. Even a treatise on navigation, though most patrons never left Cairo's walls. Why keep such a variety in a place devoted to conversation? Because books, like people, needed company. And conversation with a book was not so different from conversation with a man. It required patience, a willingness to listen, a readiness to be surprised. On certain evenings, after the goza had made its rounds and talk had quieted, a patron would rise and wander to the shelf. He did not announce his choice. He simply pulled a volume, carried it to the lamplight, and opened where chance or fate led. The sound of the page turning, delicate, dry, was itself a kind of music. He read a passage aloud, perhaps 2 lines of a poem, perhaps an observation about the stars. Then he closed the book and returned it. No applause, no commentary, only a pause, long enough for the words to rest on each listener's mind like a feather settling. The books also traveled. A merchant might borrow one for a week, carrying it wrapped in cloth among his wares, returning it with a story of how he read by lantern in a roadside inn. A student might copy passages by hand, careful to match every diacritical mark. A laborer might not read at all, but ask his son to recite to him, by the courtyard brazier. And thus the library was not fixed, but living, its contents circulating like the very breath within the house. The shock, if one stopped to consider it, was how democratic such circulation was. Knowledge, so often locked behind walls of wealth or lineage, here flowed as freely as smoke. A mason might learn of ancient empires from the same page a scholar had studied. A baker might hear a verse of Andalusian poetry before sleep, carrying it into dreams alongside the scent of yeast. No license, no decree, only the quiet generosity of a shelf in shadow. There was a night when one of the youngest patrons, barely 16, found a small notebook among the volumes. Its pages were filled not with formal script, but with handwriting uneven and urgent. It was not the work of a famous author, but of a former patron who had long since passed away. In its lines were reflections on evenings much like this one. Tonight, the barber spoke of Damascus gardens. I have never seen them, but now I carry them in my chest. Or, the silence after the elder's question was heavier than stone, yet lighter than breath. The boy read these entries aloud, and the circle sat astonished. Here was their own life, captured by one of their own, preserved not for fame, but for memory. It was as if the house itself had learned to write. From then on, others began to add their own notes. A scholar jotted a verse. A merchant sketched the outline of a caravan route. A traveler described a meal of dates and goat's milk on the road to Aswan. Slowly, the notebook became not the property of one man, but of the circle itself, a living record, humble yet enduring. This too was a kind of library, one made not of vellum and gilding, but of voices pressed into paper. And so, among the many rituals of the house, tending the books became another, dusting their spines, mending torn pages with paste, wrapping the more fragile in cloth. These tasks were often done by younger patrons, guided by elders who remembered the care of manuscripts. In teaching how to protect the physical page, they also taught how to guard the words within. A torn corner mended patiently was no different than a quarrel softened by kindness. Both were restorations of wholeness. The presence of books shaped even those who never touched them. To know that wisdom sat nearby within reach lent gravity to speech. A boast could be measured against a history. A story could be weighed against a poem. It was not that the books were judges. Rather, they were silent companions, reminding the living that they belonged to a lineage of thought larger than any one night. And yet, despite their stillness, the books hummed with life. They carried foreign winds, forgotten voices, questions that still sought answers. They reminded every man who leaned against those cushions that he was part of a conversation stretching centuries, a chain unbroken by distance or time. What is a library in shadow? It is a memory waiting to be touched, a chorus held in reserve, a mirror for minds willing to look. It is, above all, a promise that learning belongs not only to palaces or schools, but to any room where people gather with patience and curiosity. So, the shelves stood quiet and steady while the evening passed. The pipe circled. The lamp hissed softly. A page turned. A voice read, silence held, and the house breathed not only with smoke, but with ink. What was spoken by night was carried by memory into day. No book, no scroll, no inked page could match the reach of memory in a city such as Cairo. The shelves in Alantawi's corner were precious, yes, but they were only one lamp among many. The truer light, the one that spread furthest, came from memory, the lantern each guest carried home, invisible but burning. For these evenings were not meant to vanish with the dawn. They were meant to linger, to be remembered, repeated, reshaped, and offered again, as bread is broken and shared at a table. Memory in these rooms was not passive storage. It was practice, discipline, craft. Patrons trained themselves, gently but steadily, to hold the words they heard. A poem recited once might live on in the mind of a listener who repeated it silently as he walked home through darkened alleys. By morning, he could whisper the lines to his son while slicing bread. By evening, the boy would repeat them to a friend, the friend to a sister, the sister to a neighbor, and soon a verse recited in one lamplit room had crossed half the quarter. Khalil, ever the reflector, was known to close his eyes during stories, not in boredom, but in concentration. Later, when others had forgotten, he could retell the tale almost word for word, but he never claimed the memory as his own. "It is not mine," he would say softly. "I only hold it until it finds you again." Memory to him was a trust, not a possession. There was a rhythm to how memories were preserved. The silence after a story was as crucial as the story itself. In that pause, the mind had time to breathe the words inward, to let them sink. Without pause, memory could not root. With pause, even fleeting phrases grew strong. So the hushes that outsiders might dismiss as idleness were in truth moments of planting. And there were techniques, subtle yet effective. Some patrons marked a verse by linking it to gesture, a finger tapping once on the knee, a head tilted slightly. The body remembered even when the tongue did not. Others tied words to scent, mint leaves in a cup, resin on coal, so that the next time the fragrance returned, the memory returned with it. Some wove memory into rhythm, repeating lines to the beat of walking steps or the sway of a donkey's gait. In this way, the city itself became a mnemonic device, every alley and courtyard echoing with phrases once heard. The shock, gentle but real, was how much could be preserved without ink. Entire conversations, with their digressions and laughter, lived on in minds that had trained themselves to catch detail like jars catching rain. When later scholars dismissed such gatherings as ephemeral, they misunderstood. These rooms were not drifting smoke. They were living archives. A story told one evening about a fisherman on the Nile might be heard again weeks later in a different voice, retold with subtle changes. Some might call that distortion, but within these circles, it was understood as growth. Memory did not imprison words. It allowed them to breathe. Like wine carried in many vessels, the story absorbed flavor from each retelling, sometimes sweeter, sometimes sharper, always alive. Children absorbed this art without instruction. A boy sitting by his father's knee would memorize not only the tale, but the cadence of the teller, the way the lamp flickered on certain phrases, the pause before laughter. Years later, as a grown man, he might reproduce the story almost unconsciously, complete with the gestures he had seen long ago. Memory was inheritance, passed not by parchment, but by presence. One evening, a patron described a dream he had experienced under the influence of the night's preparations. He spoke of a vast desert where every grain of sand held a different face, and the wind scattered them into constellations. It was a wild vision, yet his listeners received it with reverence. Khalil closed his eyes, repeating the image silently. Weeks later, when another patron spoke of loneliness, Khalil recalled the dream. Remember the man who saw faces in the sand? Perhaps our solitude is not emptiness, but an unseen crowd waiting for the wind. And so the dream lived on, reshaped into counsel. Memory turned vision into wisdom. Elders took pride in training the young in such practices. A boy might be asked to repeat the last 3 lines of a story before he was given a cup of tea. A youth might be encouraged to hold a conversation in his head overnight and retell it at the next gathering. These were not tests, but gifts. They built resilience of mind, teaching attention in a world before distractions were sold in endless variety. In this way, memory became both archive and teacher. A forgotten word could be supplied by another. A lapse could be filled by the group. No single mind carried the whole, but together they wove a net strong enough to hold vast amounts of thought. Collective memory, woven of many threads, proved stronger than the parchment of any single scholar, and so the house grew into a kind of school without walls, not a school of rules, but of memory, practiced in kindness. Patrons did not hoard what they remembered. They offered it back generously to enrich the evening. Memory was not a competition, but a chorus. Perhaps the most touching example came after the death of a beloved elder. At the next gathering, silence hung heavy. No one wished to speak first. Then a younger man began to recite, slowly, words the elder had spoken months before. "We are all only travelers, lighting lamps for one another against the wind." As he spoke, others joined, supplying lines, adding gestures, until the elder's voice seemed alive again. Memory had resurrected him, not in body but in spirit, giving comfort where grief threatened to overwhelm. In such moments, one realized memory was more than practical. It was sacred. It was a covenant between generations, a promise that what mattered would not be lost. That covenant made every word spoken in Alantawi's house weightier, every silence more tender. The seasons themselves became quiet companions to the house. The rhythm of Cairo was not written on paper, nor struck by clock chimes, but carried in the breathing of its seasons. To live in the city was to feel time not as abstract numbers, but as air pressing heavy with summer heat, as cool breezes slipping across winter nights, as blossoms opening in the courtyards come spring, as dust-laden winds whispering of autumn. The Hashish house, tucked in its winding alley, did not stand apart from this rhythm. It moved with it, folded into its changes like a reed bending to the Nile's current. Summer first. Cairo's summers were merciless, the sun beating down until stones themselves seemed to radiate anger. Daylight hours were sluggish, markets moved slowly, tempers quickened. But when dusk arrived and the sky turned velvet, people emerged like moths toward flame. In Alantawi's house, the heat of the day was softened by the glow of braziers carefully arranged, the smoke scented with mint, rosewater, or crushed cucumber seed. Patrons came in weary from the scorching streets, their shoulders slack, faces pale with exhaustion. But as the pipe was passed, as cool drinks of tamarind and sweetened water followed, the atmosphere shifted. The house became refuge. More than that, it became balance. Where the city outside stifled breath, the room within offered gentle inhalation, a slower pace, a reprieve. Summer evenings often brought tales of endurance. Fishermen spoke of surviving the midday sun on the Nile, their nets heavy with glistening catch. Craftsmen described tools slipping in sweat-slick hands, only to persevere with quiet humor. These stories, shared under the softened lamplight, allowed hardship to transform into resilience. There was even laughter, low and easy, when Hassan the barber recounted how one afternoon he had to shave a merchant so drenched with sweat that the lather slid off before his blade could reach the skin. The patrons chuckled not at cruelty, but at recognition, the humor of shared discomfort. Then came autumn. With it arrived a slower sun, the light mellowing, shadows lengthening. The air cooled, at last granting rest to those who had borne the weight of endless heat. In the Hashish house, autumn meant a gentler mood. Patrons spoke of harvests, of fields beyond the city turning golden, of grapes pressed for juice, of figs dried and stored. Dates sweetened conversations, and nuts cracked softly between teeth accompanied tales of gratitude. Abu Yusuf, who often preferred silence, was known to murmur in autumn, "Decline is not loss, it is ripening." The patrons would nod, understanding that even as leaves fell, something was being gathered, stored for the leaner days ahead. Autumn also carried with it reflection. Memory seemed sharper, stories more thoughtful, as though the cooling air invited contemplation. Verses of poetry dealing with impermanence resonated especially then. A line from Al-Mutanabi, spoken in low tones, could silence the room. The days conceal within their folds both honey and poison. In autumn, such words were received like a truth already known, merely confirmed. Winter transformed the house most visibly. Outside, the air could bite with surprising sharpness, winds sweeping from the north. Streets grew empty earlier, voices muffled in scarves. But within, Alantawi tended his braziers with greater care, filling the space with warmth. Cushions felt deeper, the closeness of bodies more comforting. Winter nights lasted long, and so too did the gatherings. Patrons arrived bundled in cloaks, shivering until the room claimed them, until the warmth of both flame and fellowship spread through their limbs. It was in winter that the house felt most like sanctuary. Discussions deepened, stories slowed, pauses lengthened. Some evenings, silence itself was honored, a hush shared among companions, smoke curling upward like prayer. Food played a greater role too. Honeyed pastries, steaming cups of cinnamon tea, roasted chickpeas passed from hand to hand. These were not mere indulgences, but anchors against the season's cold. The effect was almost monastic, a stillness that outsiders might mistake for lethargy, but which patrons knew as peace. Winter tales often leaned toward themes of endurance, of unseen strength. An elder might speak of journeys across desert in younger years, recalling nights of bitter chill relieved only by fire and company. Such stories, retold in a warm room, carried double weight, reminders of hardship overcome, proof that warmth and solidarity were as necessary as bread. Spring arrived suddenly, as if overnight. Courtyards filled with blossom, the Nile mirrored skies brushed with soft green light, and spirits lifted. In Alantawi's house, the mood quickened too. Cushions seemed less to sink into than to spring from. Conversation brimmed with plans, with beginnings. The city breathes again, one might say, and all would agree. Stories in spring leaned toward renewal. A patron might speak of a new apprenticeship, a child's first step, a merchant's fresh venture. Even failures retold from winter found new framing, obstacles that now seemed only preludes to better days. Music found fuller voice. Someone would begin to hum, and others would join with a rhythm like sap rising through branches. Laughter spilled easier, as though the walls themselves had been opened to let the river of life flow through. The seasons did more than flavor conversation. They taught patrons to notice the cycles within themselves. Just as the city breathed in heat and cooled again, so too did human hearts carry seasons. Endurance in heat, reflection in decline, shelter in cold, renewal in bloom. These inner seasons were mirrored in the outer, making the Hashish house not just a space in the city, but a miniature of the larger rhythms of existence. There was a gentle shock in realizing that one's struggles were seasonal, not permanent. A craftsman mourning lost work in the summer heat might, by winter, find the comfort of solidarity. A scholar doubting his path in autumn might by spring discover new inspiration. Life moved as the year moved, and so despair could soften into patience. The patrons became attuned to these shifts. Hassan once remarked, "We have 4 teachers, and they are spring, summer, autumn, winter." It was said with a smile, but all knew he spoke truth. The seasons taught endurance, gratitude, stillness, hope, and the house, attuned to each, became a classroom without books, a sanctuary without sermons. Even festivals folded into this rhythm. Ramadan in spring or summer shifted the nights, bringing special gatherings after the breaking of fast. In winter, the Mawlid celebrations filled streets with lanterns, and patrons carried the glow into Al-Antawi's rooms. Religious calendars and natural cycles interwove, so that memory of each year was marked not only by what was spoken, but by when it was spoken: heat, cool, blossom, frost, and always the house moved with these tides. Candles burned quicker in summer, slower in winter. Incense sticks seemed to linger longer when doors were closed against chill. Music took on tones of season, lighter in spring, heavier in winter, wistful in autumn, patient in summer. The rhythm was unspoken, yet undeniable, like the beating of a heart one only notices when it changes pace. Thus, time in Al-Antawi's house was never empty. It was textured, flavored, colored by the seasons that guided not only crops and markets, but memory and imagination. Patrons could look back and say, "Yes, I remember that tale. It was told in the spring of the jasmine bloom." Or, "That reflection, I recall, was offered on a night when the winter winds pressed at the shutters." The seasons became timestamps for memory, gentle markers of when the unseen had been spoken. And so, even as Cairo changed, its politics shifting, its rulers ambitious, its streets echoing with new languages, the Hashish house held to a deeper continuity, the breathing of the year, repeating and renewing. Each season carried its gifts, and together they formed a circle patrons trusted. The circle meant that nothing, not hardship nor joy, remained fixed. Everything moved, softened, returned. Dreams drifted into the house like uninvited, yet welcome guests. It was said in Cairo's alleys that the city never truly slept. Lamps flickered in courtyards, donkeys shifted in stalls, river barges creaked even at midnight. But for those who gathered in Al-Antawi's house, the night offered not only conversation and music, it offered dreams. Those secret stories of the mind that came unbidden and refused to be ignored. They seeped into the circle as quietly as incense, yet left impressions as lasting as carved stone. Not every dream was grand. Sometimes it was a small thing, a woman who dreamt of hearing her father's voice again, a man who saw a single pomegranate glowing in the dark, a child who confessed to glimpsing a lion curled like a cat beneath his bed. Yet even the smallest of dreams could stir the room. Patrons leaned forward when dreams were shared, for they understood that behind the strange images lay currents of longing, memory, or warning. Khalil, who had once been a scribe, often reminded the company that dreams had long held a place in Islamic tradition. The Prophet himself spoke of them, he whispered, his tone reverent. This knowledge did not make the gathering solemn, but it lent them a quiet seriousness. To laugh at a dream was to risk mocking something sacred. For who knew which vision was mere fancy and which carried truth wrapped in mystery? The act of sharing a dream was itself daring. One evening, Abu Yusuf, a man rarely given to confession, described walking in endless corridors made of mirrors, each reflection slightly altered. He confessed the dream unsettled him, for in some reflections he saw no face at all. A hush fell over the house, broken only by the crackle of the brazier. After a pause, Khalil murmured, "Perhaps it is not emptiness, but the reminder that we are more than one face. We change, and yet remain." Abu Yusuf nodded slowly, relief in his eyes, as though a weight had shifted. There was a shock, gentle but undeniable, in realizing that altered states of wakefulness, brought on by the smoke, the music, the hum of voices, mirrored the strangeness of dreams. What one saw with eyes closed in slumber was not so different from what flickered at the edges of vision when the night deepened and the mind grew pliant. It was as though the house itself blurred the boundary between waking and dreaming. Some patrons began keeping journals, little notebooks bound in leather, where they scribbled visions before they slipped away. Not all could write, of course, but those who could sometimes read aloud what they had recorded. I dreamt of a city beneath water, where lanterns burned brighter than the moon. Or, I saw my brother, gone these 10 years, offering me bread still warm. These accounts were received with tenderness, as though the absent brother himself had entered the room for a moment. The sharing of dreams became a kind of collective storytelling. One person's vision inspired another's memory, and together they wove a tapestry of meanings. A fisherman's dream of a net catching stars might remind a scholar of a line from Rumi. "We are the net, we are the fish, we are the stars." A craftsman's dream of a broken tool might prompt talk of resilience, of how even shattered things carry purpose. Each dream sparked not only interpretation, but reflection, soft light cast on the corners of each life. What startled outsiders most was how seriously these tales were treated. To an uninitiated ear, the descriptions might sound absurd. Yet within those walls, no dream was dismissed. The company understood that dreams, however small, were truths in disguise. They were the subconscious speaking in symbols, a secret tongue of the soul. And sometimes, just sometimes, they seemed to whisper of things yet to come. One night, a young man spoke of dreaming he stood on the Nile's bank, watching a boat overloaded with grain tilt dangerously. Weeks later, news came of a merchant's vessel sinking, its cargo lost. The young man's face went pale as he recounted his dream anew. Coincidence, perhaps. But in the hushed atmosphere of the house, the sense lingered that dreams and reality wove together more tightly than most dared believe. Dreams were not always solitary. On rare occasions, two patrons would speak of the same image, say a bird of gold perched on a rooftop, dreamt in different houses on different nights. When such coincidences occurred, murmurs filled the room. "Surely this is no accident," some whispered. "Perhaps the bird has flown among us all." These moments bound the company in awe, a reminder that unseen forces threaded through their lives, knitting them together in ways they could not explain. The seasons influenced the dreaming too. Spring dreams tended toward beginnings, gardens blooming, rivers overflowing, children laughing in unexpected places. Summer dreams were often heavy with heat, filled with fire, desert, thirst. Autumn brought images of harvest, of counting, of endings ripening into acceptance. Winter dreams were the quietest, often centering on darkness, on ancestors returning in cloaks of snow, on still waters reflecting stars. Music and dreams wove together as well. A melody played on the oud at midnight might reappear in someone's dream, transformed into birdsong or waves against stone. A drumbeat heard in half-slumber might become thunder rolling through dreamscapes. Patrons began to suspect that what they experienced in the house did not end when they closed their eyes at home. Instead, it followed them, reshaping itself in dreams. The role of women, though quieter, touched this realm too. In separate gatherings arranged for them, dreams were shared with equal reverence. A mother's dream of her child in danger became the spark for heightened care. A daughter's vision of a field of flowers was understood as a sign of marriage to come. These women's dreams, though unseen by the men of Alantawi's circle, nonetheless traveled through families, influencing choices, guiding actions. To some, these practices might appear as superstition, but in the hush of the house, they felt like wisdom, an older form of knowledge, one that admitted mystery rather than denying it. The elders reminded the company that rational learning and dreaming were not enemies. Both were ways of seeing, complementary halves of a whole. To honor dreams was not to abandon reason. It was to acknowledge that human understanding needed both lantern and shadow. Thus, the dream world became another guest of Alantawi's house, invisible but insistent. It taught patrons to listen more deeply, not just to each other's words, but to the symbols beneath them, the images their own hearts conjured at night. It reminded them that they were more than flesh and bone. They were storytellers even in sleep. Music was not only played, it was built by patient hands. The sound that floated through Alantawi's house, low-owed notes, the silvery chime of finger cymbals, the heartbeat of a small drum, did not arrive from nowhere. Behind each tone lay a story of craft, of tools shaped by calloused fingers, of artisans who had learned to listen not only with their ears but with their hands. To speak of the music without speaking of the instruments was like speaking of a poem without acknowledging the ink and parchment that bore it. In the winding markets of Cairo, there were shops hardly larger than a closet where luthiers bent over planks of walnut and cedar. The air in those places smelled of sawdust and oil, of glue made from animal hide, of resin rubbed into strings. A visitor would hear no melody at first, only the rasp of a plane, the tap of a mallet, the low hum of a craftsman testing resonance with his knuckle. Yet those sounds were the first whispers of the music that would later bloom in the lamplight of the Hashish house. It was said that to make an oud required not just skill, but temperament. Too hurried, and the wood would splinter. Too timid, and the sound would remain trapped inside. A balance was needed, patience enough to coax the curve of the body, decisiveness enough to carve the peg box clean. Masters often spoke as if the wood itself chose the maker, guiding his hand toward the instrument it wanted to become. One evening, Khalil recounted the visit he once made to a craftsman in Fustat. The man, already gray-bearded, had worked on instruments for more than 4 decades. Khalil remembered how the craftsman pressed his ear to a half-finished oud and tapped the wood gently. "It is still asleep," the old man had murmured, "but when it wakes, it will sing." To the listeners in Alantawi's house, this story was more than charming. It was revelation. Music was alive long before a note was played. The percussion instruments, too, carried the fingerprints of their makers. A small drum, taut with goatskin, was never just an object. It was the meeting of animal, tree, and human labor. The skin had to be stretched at just the right humidity, the rim carved so that tension would hold through Cairo's changing weather. The beat that later set conversation into rhythm had been born in hours of silent work. Metal workers contributed their art as well. The bright ring of finger cymbals depended on alloys balanced with near alchemical precision. Too much copper and the sound dulled. Too much tin and the cymbals cracked. The artisans, standing at forges, sweating under the flare of coals, were composers in their own right, ensuring that when musicians played, the sound would slice the air like a thread of light. Shock came, gentle but real, when patrons realized how much of their experience depended on people they would never meet. A story told with flourish might fade without the underscoring hum of strings. A song sung with trembling emotion might falter without the steady reassurance of a drum. And none of this could exist without the unseen craftsmen who shaped wood, stretched hide, hammered metal. The house was filled each night not only with those present, but with the invisible hands of many others. Seasonal rhythms touched the instruments too. In summer, strings loosened in the humid air. In winter, skins cracked from dryness. Musicians learned to compensate, tightening here, softening there. Craftsmen, aware of these challenges, devised subtle adjustments, varnishes that resisted heat, bindings that swelled with moisture to hold fast when other joints failed. In this way, the instruments carried the seasons within them, just as patrons carried the weather in their bodies. There were rituals, too, almost sacred in their execution. Before playing, musicians often tuned slowly, allowing each note to linger, adjusting until harmony settled. These moments were as important as the music that followed. They reminded patrons that beauty required preparation, that patience preceded expression. Watching a musician bend his ear to a string, then smile faintly when the note aligned, was itself a lesson in attentiveness. Children sometimes visited the workshops of these makers, wide-eyed at the sight of curved wood gleaming under lamplight. They learned not only how instruments were made, but why. That music could be built with hands as well as voiced with lungs. Apprenticeships began there, slow and humble, sweeping floors, sanding rough edges, fetching water. Years later, those same children might return as musicians, carrying instruments shaped by the very hands they had once served. Even among patrons, instruments were treated with reverence. No one touched another's oud without permission. A drum was not idly beaten, a cymbal not struck in jest. Each object was respected as both fragile and powerful, as a bridge between silence and song. To mishandle an instrument was to disrespect not just the musician, but the lineage of craftsmen and the music itself. Al-Antawi himself, though not a musician, kept a small cabinet where instruments could be stored safely between evenings. Patrons sometimes remarked that his care for them was as tender as his preparation of hashish. Perhaps he understood that both music and smoke were means of opening the mind, and both required gentleness if they were to reveal their gifts. One evening, an oud cracked during performance, the sound startling as a gunshot. Conversation stopped, the musician frozen in despair. Yet the house did not collapse into gloom. Instead, patrons gathered around, offering comfort. Khalil whispered, "Even instruments grow old, as we do. What matters is the songs it carried while it lived." The oud was retired with respect, and its pieces kept by the musician as relics. The shock of loss became softened by ritual, turning breakage into remembrance. There was poetry, too, in the decoration of instruments. Carved roses adorned peg boxes, calligraphic patterns spiraled across drum rims, inlaid mother-of-pearl glimmered under lamplight. These embellishments were not frivolous. They connected sound to sight, reminding all that music was not only heard, but also seen. The artistry of the object reflected the artistry of the culture that birthed it. And when the instruments were played, their craftsmanship revealed itself. The oud's voice deepened with age, the wood resonating more richly after years of vibration. The drum's tone mellowed, the skin absorbing the oils of countless hands. Instruments, like people, carried the marks of time, and those marks only added depth. Patrons sometimes spoke of an oud as though it were an elder, full of wisdom, its voice quivering with memory. In this way, the Hashish house was also a museum, though not of static displays, but of living artifacts. Each performance honored the craftsman, the musician, the material itself. Each sound reminded listeners that beauty was not abstract. It was physical, born of effort, shaped by hands, maintained by care. So, when patrons leaned back, eyes closed, letting the music guide them into reflection, they were not simply listening to melody. They were hearing the dialogue of earth and hand, tree yielding wood, goat yielding skin, fire forging metal, human patience turning raw matter into art. It was a conversation across realms, and in its harmony, patrons heard something of the greater harmony of life itself. Though absent from the circle, women's voices wove through the house in gentle, unseen strands. If one were to step into Alantawi's house on any given evening, the sight was unmistakably male. Men reclined on cushions, lamps glowed upon beards and calloused hands, and conversations flowed in voices deepened by age, labor, or tobacco. Yet the truth, like many truths in Cairo, was more layered. For though women rarely crossed the threshold of such gatherings, their presence was felt, quiet but insistent, as threads that gave strength and texture to the entire weave. It began in the household. The men who arrived in Alantawi's salon did not come as blank slates. They carried with them lullabies their mothers had sung, stories their grandmothers had whispered, rhythms learned from sisters pounding grain or humming while sewing. These fragments were not left behind at the door. They entered the house invisibly, shaping the men's responses, guiding their tastes, echoing in the cadences of their speech. A patron who praised the tenderness of a song often compared it, perhaps unconsciously, to something once sung to him in childhood by a mother's voice. The music itself bore feminine traces. Many of the instruments, ouds, drums, cymbals, were tuned by ears trained in domestic spaces. Women in courtyards plucked simple melodies, played frame drums at weddings, or sang chants while working. These patterns seeped into memory, ready to be drawn upon later. So when men improvised in Alantawi's house, the echoes of women's voices hovered between the notes, a hidden harmony carried across thresholds. One evening, Khalil shared a story of his sister. She had never stepped foot in the house, yet she had taught him a song as children, a tune about a caged bird longing for the open sky. Years later, Khalil found himself humming it absent-mindedly during a performance. Another musician picked it up, weaving it into a new improvisation. The patrons, unaware of its source, praised the piece for its haunting sweetness. "It came from my sister," Khalil confessed afterward, his voice low. The room grew quiet. In that moment, the men understood that the house's music was not theirs alone. It was carried, in part, by voices outside the walls. The women's gatherings themselves were a world apart, but parallel. In back rooms, rooftops, or shaded courtyards, they created their own salons. Here, drums throbbed with joy at weddings, songs recounted tales of loss or triumph, and stories passed between generations. These circles were not public, yet their influence rippled outward. A boy who sat at the edge of his mother's circle, pretending not to listen, absorbed rhythms he would later reproduce among men. A young man remembered a proverb his grandmother recited, and later offered it in Alantawi's house as though freshly minted. The boundary between the male salon and the female gathering was porous, bridged by memory and affection. There was a quiet shock in realizing how much of the men's world depended on what they had received from women. The celebrated poets they recited had once been nursed on lullabies. The improvisations they admired were shaped by rhythms first heard in kitchens or courtyards. The very skill of memory, so prized in the house, was often trained by mothers who required children to repeat verses of the Quran, recipes, or lines of folk wisdom. Without these early lessons, few would have possessed the discipline to remember long tales or subtle cadences. Women influenced not only what was spoken, but also how it was heard. Patrons who had known tenderness in their homes, comfort given after childhood fears, patience shown during illness, listened differently. They brought that tenderness into the salon, shaping the tone of conversation. A harsh word might be softened, a mocking laugh checked, because somewhere deep inside lingered the memory of a woman's patient example. In this way, women shaped not only the content, but the ethics of the gathering. Even dreams carried their imprint. Many patrons recounted visions of mothers, sisters, or wives. These figures often appeared as guides in dreamscapes, offering water, pointing toward distant doors, singing in places of shadow. When these dreams were shared aloud, they reminded the company that the female presence, though absent in body, was central in spirit. No dream featuring such figures was taken lightly. Their appearance was honored as if the dream carried the wisdom of the household itself. The practical contributions were no less vital. Food prepared for the evenings was often the work of women in kitchens. Honey cakes, roasted chickpeas, spiced teas. These flavors, savored in the salon, were born from hours of unseen labor. Even the fabrics covering cushions, the embroidery glimmering in lamplight, bore the handiwork of mothers and daughters. Thus, every comfort in the room carried a feminine touch, though patrons rarely paused to acknowledge it aloud. Yet some evenings, the influence surfaced unmistakably. A melody would turn unexpectedly tender, a tale veer toward themes of birth or nurture. Patrons would glance at one another knowingly, recognizing the invisible hand. On such nights, Alantawi sometimes remarked, "The house listens to voices beyond its walls." His words reminded all that they were not complete unto themselves. This influence extended to healing as well. When a patron spoke of grief, recalling a lost child or parent, the comfort offered by others often echoed phrases heard from women. Time is a salve. The heart is a vessel that heals as it pours. These were words first spoken in kitchens beside cradles during long nights of illness. Now they were carried into the house, reoffered as gifts to men who needed solace. The cycle was unbroken. Women gave words, men repeated them, and the house preserved them. It would be untrue to paint this influence as only gentle. Women's songs carried sharp edges too, laments of betrayal, warnings about pride, satires of foolish husbands. These too traveled across thresholds. A man might recall a mocking verse sung by his sister and repeated in jest, sparking laughter in the salon. Humor softened by feminine wit became part of the men's repertoire, ensuring that the house did not sink into self-importance. Perhaps the most poignant evidence of women's role lay in the legacy of memory. Elders often admitted that what they most vividly recalled from youth were the stories of their mothers and grandmothers. These tales, simple in form but deep in wisdom, shaped the way they later valued storytelling itself. To honor memory in Alantawi's house was, in some unspoken way, to honor those first storytellers whose voices had echoed by the hearth. Thus, even though women's faces rarely appeared within the circle, their voices, songs, proverbs, and examples wove through every conversation, every note of music. every pause of silence. They were the hidden threads in the tapestry, unseen but essential. Without them, the weave would unravel. The house welcomed not only travelers' feet, but the journeys they carried within. Among the lamps and cushions of Alantawi's salon, the world sometimes felt contained, safe, familiar, bounded by smoke and conversation. Yet the truth was that the house never stood apart from the wider world. Cairo was a city of crossroads, and within its veins pulsed the traffic of pilgrims. Each year, men and women set forth toward Mecca, bound by duty, devotion, and longing. And when they returned, weary, yet brightened by what they had seen, their stories flowed into Alantawi's rooms like the Nile returning after flood. The departure of pilgrims was itself an event. Days before leaving, families gathered, neighbors came with gifts, and prayers were whispered in doorways. Pilgrims often visited Alantawi's house on the eve of their journey. There, beneath the lamps, friends offered blessings. May your steps be light. May the desert yield you safe passage. Sometimes the air grew thick with emotion, as patrons realized that not all who departed would return. Yet the gatherings were not heavy with grief. They were full of quiet resolve, softened by the knowledge that this journey was both obligation and gift. In those pre-departure evenings, Alantawi often prepared special blends, milder, gentler, meant to calm anxieties without clouding intention. Pilgrims spoke of practical matters, how to endure the sun of the Hijaz, where to find water along the caravan route, how to guard against thieves. Yet beneath those details lay deeper currents. The trembling awe of standing where prophets once walked, the humbling thought of joining a stream of believers stretching back centuries. And when the pilgrims returned, the house seemed to swell with new light. Patrons leaned forward as though to catch every word. A man described the Kaaba draped in its black cloth, the sound of thousands moving as one, the tears that flowed unbidden when he first laid eyes on the sanctuary. Another recounted nights under desert stars so sharp they seemed to pierce the skin, each point of light a reminder of the vastness of God. Women's voices, carried through husbands or sons, told of prayers whispered in Medina, of the warmth of strangers who became kin for a fleeting moment. These stories did not remain souvenirs. They became threads woven into the very fabric of the house. Conversations shifted, tempered by the presence of the sacred. A jest that might once have been crude softened. A quarrel lost its teeth in the face of remembered sanctity. Patrons reminded one another, "Do you recall what our brother saw in Mecca? Shall we not live with equal humility here?" The pilgrimage was not only a journey for those who went, it was a mirror held up to the community upon their return. There were gentle shocks in these stories, moments that made listeners sit straighter. One pilgrim spoke of meeting a man from distant Samarkand who recited the same verse of the Quran in a cadence utterly different, yet no less moving. Another described a woman from West Africa who sang her prayers in a melody unlike anything Cairo had known. Such tales unsettled the provincial heart, reminding patrons that the faith was larger than their neighborhood, that devotion was not uniform, but vast, textured, and alive. Music absorbed these influences as well. A returning pilgrim might hum a tune he had heard on the road, something foreign, carrying rhythms of faraway deserts or coastal ports. Musicians in Alantawi's house seized upon these fragments, weaving them into improvisations that astonished the company. "Where did you learn that turn?" one might ask, and the answer would be, "On the lips of a man from Yemen, whom I met at a well outside Mecca." The melody, reborn in Cairo, became a bridge across distance. Pilgrimage stories carried moral weight too. Patrons recalled not only the majesty of sacred sites, but also the humility of the journey. Blisters on the feet, thirst in the throat, the kindness of strangers who shared bread when provisions ran thin. These details reminded the listeners that holiness was not only found in shrines, but also in patience, endurance, and generosity along the road. The pilgrimage is not only arrival, one elder remarked. It is every step of the way. His words lingered like incense long after the night ended. Even dreams became colored by pilgrimage. Patrons who had never left Cairo began to see visions of deserts, of white-robed throngs, of wells springing from barren rock. They shared these dreams shyly, unsure if they meant anything. Yet Khalil reassured them. The journey is not always on the feet. Sometimes it is in the heart. And so the house became, in its way, a smaller Mecca, a place where longing and memory intertwined. There were practical echoes as well. Pilgrims returned with goods, dates from Medina, fabrics from the Hijaz, beads carved of stone touched by desert winds. These objects were passed around, touched reverently, admired. But more than goods, pilgrims returned with broadened horizons. They had walked beside Persians, Turks, Africans, Indians. Their stories made the world wider for those who had not traveled, planting seeds of curiosity and humility. The house absorbed these influences with ease. Its walls, though fixed, became permeable to distant horizons. A patron might now quote a saying he heard from a pilgrim in Damascus, or reference a tale told by a traveler from Istanbul. Over time, these additions expanded the collective memory of the house. Patrons who had never left Cairo could nonetheless speak with authority about deserts, caravans, and shrines. They lived vicariously through the journeys of others, yet the effect was no less transformative. Perhaps the most striking element was the unity these stories created. In a city often divided by class, trade, or neighborhood, pilgrimage stories dissolved barriers. A merchant and a porter, both returned pilgrims, spoke as equals when recounting their tears at the Kaaba. In those moments, all distinctions blurred, and the house itself seemed to embody the very essence of the pilgrimage, a gathering of many into one. And yet, the stories did not encourage escape from Cairo. They did not make patrons despise their ordinary lives. Rather, they cast those lives in new light. A baker kneading dough remembered the shared bread of strangers. A teacher guiding children recalled the patience required on the road. Pilgrimage did not lift life away, it sanctified it. So it was that each year, the rhythm of departure and return kept the house fresh. New stories arrived, old stories were retold, and the circle of memory widened. Pilgrims came and went, but the house remained, absorbing each journey like the Nile absorbing tributaries, growing deeper with every telling. Threads of smoke and story stretched far beyond Cairo's walls. Though Al-Antawi's house seemed nestled safely in its alley, bound by lamps and cushions, in truth, it was never confined. Cairo was a city of crossroads, its streets echoing with voices from Nubia, Syria, Anatolia, and far-off lands. The gatherings within that dim salon did not remain isolated. They resonated outward, forming connections with other cities, like lanterns answering each other across a dark plain. Travelers were the messengers. Merchants came and went with caravans, bearing spices, cloth, and tales. Pilgrims passed through, carrying both faith and curiosity. Musicians wandered, ouds slung across their backs, ready to play for food, coin, or shelter. Each one who entered Al-Antawi's door brought with him not only goods, but gestures, melodies, and ideas from elsewhere. and when he left, he carried Cairo's stories outward in return. Letters also traveled, tucked into belts or hidden in saddlebags. Not the cold records of official scribes, but warm notes of introduction. "This man is a patron of my house. Receive him kindly as a brother." Such letters bore weight. In Damascus, a stranger with such a note might be ushered into a hidden courtyard, given tea, and welcomed as though he had long been known. In Istanbul, a similar letter might secure him an audience with musicians eager to hear Cairo's innovations. Thus, trust and hospitality traveled hand in hand with ink. What shocked the uninitiated was the consistency of certain practices. In Aleppo, the cushion-lined rooms resembled those of Cairo. In Baghdad, incense curled upward in patterns familiar to any Cairene patron. In Tunis, the same etiquette of silence before a story prevailed. Yet each city stamped its gatherings with local color. A rhythm on a Tunisian drum, a Persian poetic meter, a Syrian song of longing. All these variations enriched the tradition while maintaining its recognizable core. Travelers found comfort in what was familiar and delight in what was new. Musicians especially thrived in these networks. A young OUD player might spend a season in Cairo, then journey north, carrying with him the techniques he had learned in Al-Antawi's circle. In Aleppo, he would blend them with local scales, creating hybrids that astonished listeners. In time, those innovations returned to Cairo in altered form, like a melody that had traveled and changed accents. Music in this way became a language that cities spoke to each other, endlessly echoing and transforming. Ideas traveled too. Philosophical questions raised in Cairo found their way to Damascus, where scholars debated them anew. Practical techniques, how to store preparations, how to cool rooms in summer, how to maintain cushions, spread with equal speed. Even recipes for spiced tea or sweet pastries leapt from city to city, adapted to local ingredients, but retaining their Cairo roots. Thus, the networks carried not only lofty thought, but also the intimate details of daily life. The house's patrons sometimes marveled at how swiftly knowledge moved without books. A story told in Cairo might resurface in Baghdad within weeks, recounted by someone who had never met the original teller. It was as if the gatherings themselves were linked by invisible cords, vibrating with the same current. Memory traveled faster than caravans, carried by human tongues and hearts. Khalil once remarked, "Our houses are like wells. Each draws water from its own soil, yet all are fed by the same river beneath." His words captured what many felt, that the gatherings across the Islamic world, though varied, were united by a deeper current of longing for connection, for wisdom, for beauty. These exchanges were not without risk. Travelers might bring suspicion as well as stories. Authorities in some cities watched the gatherings warily, fearing sedition. Letters of introduction served as shields, tokens of trust that vouched for character. Even so, discretion was essential. Patrons learned to speak with care, to preserve the openness of their networks without drawing unwanted attention. There was also the practical matter of goods. A craftsman in Cairo might acquire wood from Anatolia, strings from Persia, spices from Yemen. Each passed through the hands of traders who themselves were tied to these networks. Thus, the very instruments and flavors of the house carried within them echoes of distant lands. To sip tea was to taste caravan journeys. To hear an oud was to feel the labor of forests beyond Egypt's borders. Gentle shocks arrived when patrons realized how their own lives were interwoven with strangers they would never meet. A lamp oil from Damascus lit their stories. A scale learned in Aleppo sweetened their music. A proverb from Baghdad entered their conversation. The house was local in setting, but global in spirit. Festivals reinforced these ties. When word spread that a celebrated poet from Andalusia had passed through Cairo, patrons spoke of it for months. When musicians from Istanbul visited, their new rhythms set the room buzzing. And when Cairo's own travelers returned from afar, they were received with reverence, their stories treated like treasures. In this way, each house became both a custodian of tradition and a gateway to novelty. Over time, reputations formed. Certain houses were known for particular strengths: storytelling in Damascus, music in Baghdad, philosophy in Cairo. Patrons traveled deliberately, seeking the flavor they desired. Yet no house stood alone. Each borrowed from and contributed to the others, ensuring that the tradition as a whole did not stagnate, but flourished. For the men in Al-Antawi's circle, these networks offered something more profound than novelty. They offered belonging, to sit in a distant city, on unfamiliar cushions, listening to foreign tongues, and yet feel at home because the rhythm of silence and story was the same. That was a comfort beyond measure. It proved that they were part of something larger than themselves, a fellowship of seekers bound not by blood or trade, but by the shared love of reflection. Women's influence flowed through these networks as well, though less visibly. Songs sung in one household traveled through marriage ties, carried into other cities. Embroideries traded as dowries bore patterns that later appeared in cushion covers of distant salons. Even recipes for sweets passed quietly from mother to daughter, city to city, embedding women's artistry in the cultural fabric. And so, the house in Cairo, while firmly rooted, was never isolated. It was one node in a vast constellation, each point glowing, each connected. Together, they formed a map not of borders, but of affinities, a network of kindred spirits scattered across deserts, coasts, and mountains. To sit in Al-Antawi's house, then, was to sit at the center of an invisible web stretching east and west. Patrons felt this, even if they could not see it. The stories they heard were not only Cairo stories, they were Damascus's, Baghdad's, Istanbul's. Each word, each note, each pause carried with it echoes of distant places, reminding them that their little circle was both intimate and infinite. At last, the circle drew inward, not to end, but to rest. There is a moment at the close of every evening when words begin to slow, when music drifts into silence, and the smoke curls thinner in the air. In Al-Antawi's house, this moment was never abrupt. No lamp was snuffed suddenly, no patron rose with haste. Instead, the circle itself seemed to fold in gently, like a bird drawing its wings close before sleep. The stories that had swelled with color and passion softened to whispers. A man who had spoken boldly earlier now sat with eyes lowered, lost in thought. Another leaned back, letting the cushion hold him, as if reluctant to disturb the hush that had settled. Even the brazier, once crackling, glowed quietly, its coals pulsing like a heart slowed after exertion. The night itself seemed to understand that its work was nearly done. Reflections often surfaced in these final minutes, not planned, but arising naturally. Someone might murmur, "We have spoken of dreams, of journeys, of music, but what remains is this, that we are together." Another would nod, adding softly, "And tomorrow, perhaps, we shall be apart. But tonight, we have been one voice." These words were not dramatic. They carried no flourish, yet in their simplicity, they touched deeper than grand tales. There was a gentle shock in realizing how much had been given and received in the span of a single evening. Ideas born centuries before had been repeated, Songs once sung by women in kitchens had become melodies in salons. Visions dreamt by solitary men had been shared, weighed, and transformed. Memory had been kept alive not by scholars or rulers, but by ordinary people who valued listening. That truth, quiet as it was, carried a power stronger than decree. As the final coals dimmed, the house seemed to lean closer around its patrons, as though embracing them. Outside, the city still murmured, the distant call of a night seller, the soft creak of shutters, the restless sigh of the river. But inside, time felt suspended. It was here, in this pause, that the essence of the house was clearest, not in the smoke or the music alone, but in the stillness they created together. Alantawi, who had presided with steady calm, rarely spoke at this hour. His presence was enough, his quiet a kind of benediction. On rare occasions, though, he would rise and pour the last cups of tea himself. He moved slowly, deliberately, placing each cup before a patron as if to say, "You are seen. You are part of this circle. Carry this peace with you." Few words were needed. The gesture alone was a blessing. The final farewells were as unhurried as the evening itself. Patrons rose reluctantly, stretching limbs stiffened from hours of sitting. They exchanged nods more than words, knowing speech might shatter the calm. A few clasped hands briefly, palm against palm, warmth passing silently between them. Then, one by one, they slipped into the night. The door creaked softly closed, and the house exhaled. But the gathering did not truly end at the threshold. Each man carried something invisible into the streets, a phrase remembered, a melody half-hummed, a dream reframed by another's counsel. These fragments accompanied them as they walked home beneath the stars, lanterns swaying in their hands, footsteps echoing softly on stone. Wives and children sleeping at home might never know the words spoken, but they would feel the difference in the men who returned, calmer, lighter, more at peace. And so, the house lived not only in its walls, but in the lives it touched beyond them. In courtyards the next morning, lines of poetry slipped into conversation. In shops, gestures of kindness reflected the patience practiced in the circle. Even disputes, which might once have hardened, softened under the memory of shared silence. The house was not merely a place. It was a seed, carried outward, taking root in unexpected soil. Seasons turned, rulers rose and fell, markets shifted. Yet the rhythm of the gatherings endured. They survived precisely because they did not strive for grandeur. No chronicle was written, no monument built. And yet, in their modesty, they held something indestructible, the human need for connection, for meaning, for peace. That need was timeless, and so the gatherings remained timeless, as much a part of Cairo's breath as the Nile's current. For those who listened, the lesson was plain. Life was fragile, yet within that fragility lay beauty. A song could fade even as it was sung, but in fading it left behind an echo that carried. A dream might dissolve with waking, yet its impression lingered, shaping choices unseen. A night could end, but what was spoken within it became part of the greater memory, entrusted to many hearts. In the hush after farewells, the house stood empty, its cushions scattered, its air still heavy with fragrance. The silence was not absence, but fullness, as if the walls themselves remembered. And in that silence, one could almost hear the lingering whisper of the night's conversations, folded gently into the memory of the place. So it was, and so it remained, a house of smoke and story, of music and silence, of presence and absence, of endings that were not endings but doorways into tomorrow. For each night would come again, each gathering begin anew, and the circle would form once more, as faithful as the rising of the stars. Even after the lamps dimmed, the circle lived on in silence. The closing of a house, such as Alantawi's, was never a true ending. A door might creak shut, a lamp might be extinguished, the last patron might step into Cairo's dark alleys, but something remained, like embers glowing long after firewood had crumbled. To expand upon what was said in the 18th part, one must look more closely at this lingering state, the afterlife of the gathering, the quiet pulse that continued once cushions were empty and braziers cooled. Within the stillness of the abandoned room, memory itself seemed to settle like dust. The air, heavy with fragrance, carried traces of laughter, fragments of verse, and half-whispered dreams. In the silence, one could almost hear them again, as if the walls themselves had learned to repeat what had been entrusted to them, and perhaps, in a way, they had. Spaces absorb what occurs within them. Just as wood darkens with smoke, a room darkens, or brightens, with the words it has hosted. For the patrons, departure was only the beginning of a new phase. As they walked the streets, the night still pressed close, carrying the circle outward with them. A merchant, stepping past shuttered shops, recalled a phrase about patience and let it soften his heart. A craftsman, weary from the day, repeated a tune in his head until it lifted him above fatigue. A student, anxious about debts or future, remembered a dream shared by another and felt, if only for a moment, less alone. Each man carried the evening differently, but none left empty-handed. The shock of realization was that what seemed like leisure was, in truth, transformation. An hour spent in reflection, in music, in shared silence, became more than pastime. It was medicine. It treated not only grief, but loneliness, not only boredom, but despair. The men did not speak of it in those terms. They did not need to, but their wives, their children, their apprentices noticed. They returned calmer, gentler, more willing to listen. The house's influence reached far beyond its walls through these softened men, like ripples spreading from a stone dropped into still water. Morning always followed. Cairo awoke with clatter and cries, bakers pounding dough, donkeys braying, sellers calling out their wares. Life resumed its noisy march. Yet even in daylight, the circle left its mark. A line of poetry might be repeated at a stall. A proverb might guide a bargain. A gesture of kindness might echo the patience cultivated the night before. In this way, the gatherings became invisible threads woven into the fabric of daily life, shaping Cairo in ways subtle but enduring. And what of the house itself when patrons were gone? Alantawi would tidy cushions, bank coals, sweep the floor. These simple acts were themselves a ritual, a continuation of hospitality, even in absence. He cared for the space as one tends to a garden, knowing it must be prepared for the next bloom. Dust brushed away, lamps trimmed, vessels cleaned. All this ensured the circle would find a home again tomorrow. His devotion was quiet but steady, an unseen foundation that allowed others to flourish. The continuity mattered most. Each evening built upon the last, creating a rhythm as dependable as the seasons. There were pauses, nights when illness, weather, or decree silenced gatherings, but the silence itself became part of the rhythm. Absence only heightened the return, reminding all how fragile and precious the circle was. It was this rhythm, not any single night, that gave the house its enduring power. Even in death, the circle extended. When a patron passed away, his memory remained alive in stories retold, in songs hummed, in proverbs repeated. It was said in Cairo that a man truly died not when his body was buried, but when his words ceased to be spoken. By this measure, the circle offered a kind of immortality. As long as someone remembered what you had said within its walls, you remained present, a voice in the ongoing conversation of the community. In this sense, the circle after the circle was a widening ripple, expanding into family, market, city, and memory itself. To describe the gatherings as simple entertainment would be to miss their essence. They were seeds sown into the soil of daily life, sprouting in unexpected places. One could follow their roots across generations, across cities, across time itself. And so, when the lamps dimmed, the story did not. It folded into silence, yes, but silence was not emptiness. It was fullness held in reserve, waiting patiently for the next night when voices, music, and smoke would rise again. The circle was less an event than a rhythm of being, a way of life that outlived its hours. What once flickered by lamplight now glows on screens, yet the longing is the same. It is tempting to imagine Alantawi's house as lost to time, a relic buried in Cairo's dust. Yet when one listens carefully, one hears its echoes still, though altered, reshaped, dressed in the garments of another age. To compare the gatherings of then and now is to notice both distance and continuity, difference and sameness, change and persistence. Then the gathering was physical. Patrons reclined on cushions, shoulder to shoulder, the warmth of bodies mingling with the warmth of lamps. Now, many gatherings are invisible, carried not by smoke but by wires, glowing on devices held in solitary hands. Instead of entering a door on a narrow street, one logs in. Instead of braziers, there are blue screens. Instead of incense, the faint hum of machines. The difference is vast. Yet the desire beneath it, the need to connect, to share, to remember, remains untouched. Then, music drifted from ouds and drums, instruments shaped by craftsmen who listened to the resonance of wood and skin. Now, music streams endlessly, compressed into files, summoned at will. A patron once leaned forward to catch each note as it quivered in the air, knowing it could never be repeated exactly the same way again. Today, one can replay the same track 1,000 times. The intimacy of impermanence has been replaced by the convenience of permanence. Something has been gained, something lost. Then stories traveled slowly, carried in memory, embroidered by each retelling. A tale told in Cairo might take months to reach Damascus, reshaped along the way. Now stories travel in seconds, crossing oceans in an instant, unchanged in wording, but often thinner in meaning. What was once filtered through human memory is now frozen in digital form. Accuracy is preserved, but the warmth of adaptation fades. Then, the room itself taught patience. Cushions grew warm under long silences. Pauses gave space for words to root. Now, silence feels awkward. Screens demand constant updates. Scrolling never stops. The stillness that once deepened memory has grown rare. And yet, in corners, book clubs, quiet podcasts, late-night conversations, one can still glimpse the old patience, the willingness to linger in a pause. Then, a dream shared in hushed tones could reshape a friend's life. Now, dreams are often posted in passing, glanced at, then forgotten amid countless other fragments. Yet even so, there are places online where people honor such visions, responding with tenderness, much as patrons once did in Cairo. The form changes. The hunger remains. Perhaps the most striking difference is the role of presence. Then, one could feel another's breath, see the flicker of emotion across a face, hear the timbre of voice unfiltered. Now, connection often lacks that texture. Yet there are compensations. Those who once could not enter the house, women, the poor, the distant, can now enter shared spaces of voice and story, no longer confined by walls or custom. The circle, in one sense, has widened beyond anything Alantawi could have dreamed. And yet, the same risks endure. Then, authorities watched suspiciously, wary of gatherings. Now, digital spaces are monitored, words preserved, and sometimes judged harshly. Then, stories could vanish in silence. Now, they vanish in noise. The challenges differ, but the need for discretion, for kindness, for trust is unchanged. What remains constant across centuries is the human longing that gave rise to the house in the first place. The longing for community, the longing to share burdens, the longing to preserve memory against the erosion of time. Then, it took the form of a dimly lit salon in Cairo. Now it may be a virtual gathering, a late-night phone call, a quiet group listening to a podcast together. The shape has shifted, but the heart beats the same. And so, to compare then and now is not to grieve, but to understand. Something precious lived in those evenings of smoke and silence, and though the forms have changed, the essence persists. We are still travelers, still seekers, still gatherers of words and dreams. The tools differ, the rooms look different, but the circle, oh, the circle endures. Thus the old and the new gaze at one another across time. The circle that flickered in Cairo glows still, reshaped but alive, reminding us that though the world changes, the need for connection never sleeps.